The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Hope of the ages, light of our forebears, and promise of our salvation. Give us a fresh vision of the work you are doing in our day, that we may see how you would have us participate in your eternal and perfect plan. Reveal to us a glimpse of what you alone can do and will do in our lives, in our communities, and in this world, so that we may leave behind our personal preoccupations and delight to partake in what you design. Then empower us to share that hopeful vision with others. Ground us in your goodness and refresh us with your encouraging word. Inspire us anew to put our faith in action, that all that we do and say would be a beacon of hope for this wanting world. We pray in the name of the one who is our hope and redemption. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches now. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, Young Kim, I ask unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Young Kim. 250 years ago, on June 14th, the United States Army was founded. Established by the Second Continental Congress, this marked the first American national military force a year before signing the Declaration of Independence. The Army transitioned from a horse-mounted cavalry to a modernized force of over 940,000 active reserve and National Guard soldiers. I was inspired by my father, First Lieutenant Hugh Wilson, who served with the Flying Tigers in the Army Air Corps, defending India and liberating China. I am grateful to have 31 years in the Army with 3 sons who have served: Alan in Iraq, Julian in Egypt, and Hunter in Afghanistan. Aptly summarized by the Army itself, older than the nation, end of quote. While protecting the homeland from and keeping wars foreign, the U.S. Army has liberated more countries from oppression than any other army in world history. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump, and demeaning Trump with today's attack of over 500 drones to murder civilians in the largest drone attack in warfare history. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
The scenes we are seeing in Los Angeles right now are absolutely horrifying, and California's radical political leadership has done everything possible to usher in this chaos. First of all, they aided and abetted Biden's open border, which was worse in California than anywhere. Second, they adopted sanctuary policies that prevent ICE from being able to conduct immigration operations in the safest and most orderly fashion in a custodial setting. Number 3, they massively have funded radical groups that are now going out and providing coordinates to people throughout LA for where ICE operations are taking place. Number 4, they've actually released a lot of dangerous criminals from our jails through early release policies, so there are plenty of people out there who are willing to stir up trouble. And then, number 5, they're adding fuel to the fire, literal fires, with incendiary rhetoric that are vilifying our law enforcement officers, that are vilifying federal officials. And then, worst of all, the governor is refusing to take action to keep the community safe. Right now, the entire country has seen what his failed policies have done to our state. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I honor the remarkable life of Bronus Avant, an American hero. He bravely served in World War II and over the course of 2 other conflicts. At 101 years old, I had the privilege of meeting him and expressing my gratitude for his incredible military service. His daughter shared that her father had missed many milestones due to his overseas military service, and that day was the first time she witnessed him being publicly honored. It is with a heavy heart that I share the news that just hours later, Mr. Avant passed away peacefully, surrounded by his beloved family. My thoughts and prayers are with his children, Ann, Calvin, Bronus Jr., his special cousin, Dr. John Avant, and his many grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren. Meeting him was a true honor, and being able to pay tribute to his legacy and present him with the American flag will remain a cherished memory forever. I yield back.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in waiting, pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the House Resolution 481.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 481, resolution condemning the rise in ideologically motivated attacks on Jewish individuals in the United States, including the recent violent assault in Boulder, Colorado, and reaffirming the House of Representatives' commitment to combating anti-Semitism and politically motivated violence.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on House Resolution 481.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong condemnation of a sickness, of a disease that is growing stronger, more dangerous, and more violent in our own country of the United States of America. It is called anti-Semitism. On June 1st, in Boulder, Colorado, a peaceful rally called Run for Their Lives, which was just held to raise awareness about hostages taken by Hamas. That rally was violently attacked with Molotov cocktails and a homemade flamethrower. The suspect shouting, "Free Palestine," injured 15 people, and many of them were elderly. One of them, think about this, Mr. Speaker, one of them was an 88-year-old Holocaust survivor. This terrorist was here illegally on an expired visa. He targeted Jews on purpose, on American soil. On American soil, let that sink in. This was a terrorist attack in broad daylight, and it wasn't even an isolated event. On May 21st, 2 Israeli embassy staff were gunned down, a beautiful couple, outside the Capitol Jewish Museum, right here in Washington, D.C., about a block and a half from my apartment. On April 13th, an arsonist lit the home of Governor Josh Shapiro. They lit it on fire while he and his family celebrated Passover inside, hoping to kill them all. The suspect admitted he acted out of hatred for the governor's support of Israel. Despite the barbarity of the October 7th Hamas attacks, anti-Semitism has unfortunately surged around the world and right here in our United States of America. According to the American Jewish Committee, 77% of American Jews say they feel less safe in the United States because of October 7th. More than half say they changed their behavior in 2024 because of anti-Semitism. You know, I think of a young lady that we heard from in our Judiciary Committee, and she spoke, a college student, beautiful young woman, smart, spoke about her mother begged her to take off her Star of David when she went out in the public. That is a sad day for America. And these aren't just statistics. That's fear. Fear to wear a yarmulke in public. Fear of attending the local synagogue. Fear of simply living openly as a Jew in this great country. There have been 9,300 documented anti-Semitic incidents last year alone. The FBI reported 1,989 hate crimes, almost 2,000 hate crimes targeting Jewish Americans in 2023 alone. It is the highest number ever recorded. That's nearly 7 out of every 10 religiously motivated hate crimes are crimes against Jews. This needs to be clear to all who are listening now and in the future. Jewish Americans make up just 2.4% of the United States population, but account for 68% of religious hate crimes. That isn't just a spike. That is a national crisis. After the Holocaust, the words collectively promised, "Never again." But never again is happening right now. It's happening on our streets, it's happening in our campuses, and it's happening in our communities. We need to protect America from anti-Semitism with the same ferocity as we should protect the right of Americans' free speech. Because if Jewish Americans can't walk freely in Boulder, or work safely in D.C., or celebrate Passover in their own homes without fear, then we indeed have failed as a nation. This resolution says what must be said. These are acts of terror, pure and simple. That this hate must be condemned, regardless of how many times it takes, over and over again. It must be condemned. That the lives of Jewish Americans matter, and that their safety is non-negotiable. I urge every single member of this body to support it, loudly, proudly, unambiguously, because it is simply the right thing to do. And because anti-Semitism has no home in the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I want to thank my friend and colleague from New Jersey for introducing this resolution that gets right to the heart of a scary rise of violence against Jewish Americans. The rise in anti-Semitism since the October 7th terrorist attack by Hamas has been jarring, unsettling, and incredibly scary for the Jewish community. And in the last 2 months, there have been 3 incidents of outright violence. The arson at Governor Shapiro's home on Passover, the murder in front of the Capitol Jewish Museum of 2 Israeli embassy workers, young Jews, just about to get engaged and begin their lives together solely because they were Jewish. And last weekend, a horrific attack with Molotov cocktails on a peacefully marching group, bringing attention to the fact that there remain 56 hostages in horrific conditions in captivity of a terrorist group in Gaza. Mr. Van Drew's resolution accurately recounts these facts, accurately cites and refers to the anti-Semitism that has risen in America and boldly condemns it, as we all should, because hate of any kind has no place in this country. The numbers are startling. In the American Defamation League's audit of 2024, there was a record 9,354 recorded anti-Semitic incidents, 1,700 of which targeted Jewish institutions. And this is the highest number ever recorded in the 46 years of this audit. And as the co-chair of the bipartisan anti-Semitism task force here in the House of Representatives, I applaud Mr. Van Drew and join with him in condemning these attacks, in bringing light to what is a new phase of anti-Semitism in this country, and one that is incredibly scary, that includes violence and murder. All that being said, I note that today my Republican colleagues introduced an appropriations bill that proposes $305 million for the nonprofit security grants, which is the program that provides security funding to all nonprofit organizations in the United States who apply and are granted them. And that includes Jewish houses of worship, Jewish organizations, Jewish community institutions. I join 132 of my colleagues to demand that we increase last year's funding of over $400 million, because with this new violence, the need for security for every single Jewish institution has skyrocketed. And I'm deeply disappointed that the Republican majority has introduced a bill that would only fund $305 million, which is the same amount as fiscal year 2023 before October 7th, before this sudden and dramatic rise in anti-Semitism, and before the recent violence against Jewish people. And so I would ask my friend from New Jersey and my Republican colleagues to please reconsider. If you believe this resolution, as I know you do, then let's put literally our money where our mouth is, because Jewish institutions need our help to be secure, and $305 million is not going to cut it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from New York. I would say that this is, of course, money matters in difficult budget times, and we are having a challenging and difficult budget. Let me say it is important that we do have that money there. And perhaps as we move forward and we're not spending money on sanctuary cities and sanctuary states, perhaps as we move forward and we're not spending money on transportation for illegals, or for housing illegals, or for educating illegals, or giving illegals debit cards. Perhaps as we move forward and stop wasting some of the money that has been wasted at so many levels in so many places in this great country, that those who deserve to get more money, whether it be folks that are dependent upon it for their health care, or those that deserve to get more money because they need protection, are able to do so. That is the problem when you misplace your funding, that when funding is not done correctly, as it has not been done over a number of years, then the money doesn't always go where it should. It has been a focus of this administration. Those hundreds of millions, it's $1/3 billion are there. And if something is needed more, I'm sure we will respond to that as well. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to have with me a good friend, a good man, the coach of our Republican baseball team, and if this wasn't such a solemn resolution, I would speak about that a little bit, but I won't. I won't say that we're going to win again, but we are. But anyhow, with that being said, it is my pleasure to introduce and to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of House Resolution 481. Which condemns the disturbing rise in anti-Semitic attacks across the United States. On October 7, 2023, Hamas terrorists murdered and took hostage innocent Israelis in an unprovoked attack. Since then, anti-Semitic incidents have reached unprecedented levels across this great country. The attack in Boulder, Colorado is the most recent incident, following the murder of 2 Israeli embassy staff members in Washington, D.C., an attack on Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and his family, as we previously heard. This growing trend of politically and religiously motivated violence directed at the Jewish individuals and institutions across the United States is totally unacceptable. Every American has the right to assemble peacefully and practice their faith without fear of violence. Acts of anti-Semitism, whether expressed through threats, vandalism, or violence, are fundamentally incompatible with the values of this nation. Today, remember those who have lost and stood with the Jewish community. There is no place for hate or violence in the United States of America. Congress must fully condemn these attacks and stand against anti-Semitism in all forms. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in support of this important resolution. In God we trust. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields his time back to the gentleman from New Jersey.
I reserve.
And the gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just add in response to my friend that this is a majority proposal for the appropriations bill, and if the majority does not like other spending measures, it can propose to cut them. But Jews and Jewish institutions should not suffer because of other priorities of the Republican majority in their appropriations bill. And now, Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman. I also want to thank the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, for introducing this resolution, and I'm proud to co-lead this resolution. Mr. Speaker, a week ago, my congressional district suffered an unimaginable tragedy when a terrorist by the name of Mohammed Solomon drove over an hour to carry out a horrific act of terror in Boulder, Colorado. This attacker targeted Jewish members of the Boulder community, literally trying to burn them alive with Molotov cocktails and incendiary devices. Our community, Mr. Speaker, is reeling from this terrorist attack. This kind of hateful violence and anti-Semitism is spreading across the country. It is metastasizing, and it has deeply shaken the people of my state and the people of my community. The group, the organization that was targeted by this horrific attack, Run for Their Lives, is composed of our neighbors and friends. Last Sunday, they gathered on the idyllic Pearl Street Mall to take part in a peaceful walk and vigil, as they have done every week for the past 2 years, to call for the release of the hostages that were kidnapped and are being held by Hamas in Gaza. We pray hard, Mr. Speaker, for the 15 victims of this heinous attack, my constituents. Several of these victims are people I know personally. They are friends. I support this bipartisan resolution denouncing anti-Semitism, and I continue to stand with those victims, with my constituents, with their families, with our Jewish brothers and sisters, as we recommit ourselves to addressing the scourge of anti-Semitism, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I had the privilege of spending some time with the victims, several of the victims of this terrible attack. It's hard for me to describe in words, Mr. Speaker, the emotions I felt in seeing their resilience, their strength, their humanity under such incredibly trying circumstances. Hard to describe in words, Mr. Speaker, the emotions I felt walking yesterday back in my district in Boulder, Colorado, with thousands of Coloradans, thousands who came from all across Colorado. Both of our United States senators, many community leaders, rabbis, people of all faiths walking with our Jewish brothers and sisters to condemn this vicious attack and to recommit ourselves in defeating anti-Semitism. That's why I support this resolution. And on a final personal note, I would say, I've had the privilege of serving in this body for 6.5 years. My colleague and I, Mr. Van Drew, entered Congress together. He remembers well. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Van Drew for approaching me in good faith, our teams working together, put forward a resolution that addresses the enormity of this challenge this threat that our Jewish constituents and Americans are facing. I'm proud to co-lead the resolution with you, and I think your interaction with our office is a reflection of how things ought to work in this chamber. So I thank the gentleman. I thank the gentleman from New York. I yield back.
The gentleman from Colorado yields his time back to the gentleman from New York, and the new gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I do want to thank the gentleman from Colorado for his kindness and his kind words, and yes, it was a pleasure to work with him. He is always consistently, even when we disagree profoundly at times, always a gentleman and always represents the values and attitude that I believe a member of Congress should have. So thank you. To my friend, the gentleman from New York, I understand that and I'm glad, and I attribute that to you as well, and we sometimes differ even more profoundly on some of these issues. But let me say one thing in passing. The commitment of Republicans is unquestionable when it comes to Israel and it comes to Jewish Americans. And I know to a degree, because of a fiscal note, you question that. But you know, I'm not going to go through the history of many events and many pieces of legislation that went through this House that didn't have all the support they needed, quite frankly, from the other side of the aisle. I'm not going to go through some folks from the other side of the aisle that have said things that have been pretty blatantly anti-Israel and anti-Jewish. The problem here, if we have a problem, and we do, we have problems within the body when it comes to the Jewish state and Israel, has not been the Republican Party. The Republican Party and the members of Congress here and the majority at this time have been very supportive, whether it's been in armaments, whether it has been in words, whether it has been in deeds, have been supportive of the Jewish state, of Israel, and of Jewish Americans. With that being said, I have no other speakers at this point, so I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no other speakers, Mr. Speaker, and we're ready to close.
Yeah, the gentleman is
I reserve.
York is recognized for closing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. I do want to reemphasize how important it is that Mr. Van Drew has worked collaboratively with our side of the aisle on a bipartisan resolution that is not a gotcha resolution, but accurately addresses the serious problems that we're facing and condemns them without making an effort to score political points. And this is how bipartisan efforts to combat anti-Semitism should work. And Mr. Van Drew has demonstrated that he certainly is willing to do that. And we're certainly grateful that he worked closely across the aisle to make sure that this is not a partisan issue. Because I can tell you that as an American Jew, as a member of Congress, if anti-Semitism is used as a partisan weapon, if Israel is used as a partisan weapon, it is bad for Jews and it is bad for Israel. And so I would just urge my other Republican colleagues to follow in Mr. Van Drew's footsteps here. Because if you do care about Jews and you do care about Israel, then neither should be used as a partisan weapon in a political game. And I thank Mr. Van Drew for leading that effort, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I thank both gentlemen from the other side of the aisle, and I'm glad that we were able to do this together. And wherever we can, whenever we can, I look forward to that participation. I guess the only words I have to say now is just let's do it. Let's everybody vote together. I'm hoping, we'll see, I am hoping this is one of those rare pieces of legislation that has every member on each side of the House of Representatives voting in favor. I ask all the members to vote for this together in unison, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 481? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, The rules are suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey?
I will be asking for a recorded vote.
The gentleman having...
The yeas and nays.
Gentlemen having asked for a recorded vote, the yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 488.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 488, resolution denouncing the anti-Semitic terrorist attack in Boulder, Colorado.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous materials on House Resolution 488.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been nearly 2 years since the October 7th attack on Israel, the deadliest terrorist attack against the Jewish people since the Holocaust. And still today, we are in a moment in time where our Jewish neighbors are being increasingly threatened. Anti-Semitic protests are more and more often turning physically violent and deadly, and they are inspiring additional violent acts. Jewish students around the country are fearful as they watch spineless college administrators fail time and again to stand up to anti-Semitic harassment taking place on all of our beautiful college campuses. Right here in Washington, D.C., just 2 weeks ago, we saw a cold-blooded murder take the lives of a beautiful young couple as they exited the Jewish Museum. The young Israeli embassy staffers were set to be engaged just 1 week later, and their lives were snuffed out. But their families will never get to experience that beautiful ceremony and other cherished milestones of their life with them because they are gone, because of a terrorist's hateful actions. There are no words that can ever be articulated that truly represent what has happened to that family. Just 1 week ago, thousands of miles away in the community of Boulder, Colorado, an unhinged anti-Semite carried out yet another terrorist attack. Peaceful marchers called for hostages held by Hamas to be set free. They were attacked by a terrorist who shouted, "Free Palestine," as he lobbed homemade Molotov cocktails at them. Worse still, the act of terrorism was entirely preventable. Mohammed Solomon is not an American but an Egyptian national who traveled to the United States purporting to be a tourist. Now think about what I'm going to say here. Years before Mohammed Solomon ever tried to come to the United States, he had posted on his social media his support for the Muslim Brotherhood, a radical Islamist organization that has been deemed a terrorist group by governments across the world, including in Europe and in the Arab world. Despite this, the last administration issued Mohammed Sabri Solomon a tourist visa, which admitted him into the United States of America. Think about that. Once inside, Solomon took advantage of our immigration system, applying for asylum with just 1 month, within 1 month of arriving in the country as a supposed tourist. This action was in violation of the spirit of his tourist visa, which required that he not intend to stay in this country permanently. Indeed, the case of Mohammed Solomon reminds us all that the integrity of our immigration system is vital to our very national security. While we all should have learned this lesson after 9/11, it is clear that the last administration did not. Fortunately, This administration, the Trump administration, has taken a strong stance once again prioritizing the integrity of our immigration system and thus the security of all Americans, including Jewish communities. This administration has shut down the open border, aggressively enforced the immigration laws, blocked the entry of aliens who are detrimental to the United States of America's interests, taken a tough stance against cowardly universities. And I'm calling it as it is. They are cowardly universities that should represent what is right and good in America, and many of them are not. They fail to protect the Jewish students, vigorously vetted aliens who wish to come to our country, and much more. Legal immigrants hate what was going on. Legal immigrants who love America. We are so grateful that sanity is being restored to our America. At the same time, we do pray for the victim of these senseless acts. Today, I call on my colleagues to support this resolution to honor the victims of the Boulder terrorist attack. We must all stand with our Jewish friends, colleagues, and neighbors. You are not alone. You are not alone. And we will not tolerate this scourge of anti-Semitic hatred in the United States of America. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now going to yield as much time as he may consume to the representative from Boulder, Colorado, Representative Joe Neguse.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Mr. Goldman mentioned, I represent Boulder, Colorado in the Congress. I live in Boulder County. My wife and I are incredibly blessed and lucky to be raising our family in this community. Last week, I introduced a bipartisan resolution denouncing this heinous anti-Semitic terror attack in my community, H.R. 476, a resolution that makes clear that we stand with the Jewish people, the Jewish community, a resolution that explicitly calls for us to do more to address the scourge of anti-Semitism. Mr. Speaker, that resolution is broadly supported by the members of Colorado's congressional delegation. Colorado has 8 federal lawmakers here in Washington. 6 of the 8 joined that resolution. I want to thank Republican Representative Jeff Crank, and I want to thank Republican Representative Jeff Hurd for doing the right thing and joining that resolution so that we could speak in one voice in denouncing this attack. There were 2 members of Colorado's entire congressional delegation who refused to join this resolution. And one of them, Mr. Gabe Evans of Colorado, instead decided to introduce the resolution that the House is going to consider today. This resolution is not bipartisan. It's not carried by the member who represents this community. A first, by the way, Mr. Speaker, in the precedence of this House, that the majority would not give the representative who represents the victims the opportunity to speak on behalf of their community. But Mr. Evans decided to proceed anyway. And of course, because Mr. Evans does not represent this community, the resolution that he's introduced is riddled with inaccuracies. That's not a surprise. It's why it's important for members who represent communities that are besieged by tragedies like this one to have the opportunity to introduce a resolution and have that resolution considered on the floor. Let me give you some examples, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Evans' resolution claims that there were 14 victims of this attack. He is wrong. There are 15 victims. Maybe he got that from Google or found it in a newspaper article. But had he been involved in the conversations with law enforcement, as I have, he would know that there were 15 victims of this terrible attack. It's poor decorum to ask this body to vote on a resolution that lists the wrong number of victims. They are my constituents. They are real people who were burned half to death by a terrorist 7 days ago. The least you can do is list the right number. The resolution also says, Mr. Evans, and I quote, that reportedly, one victim was a Holocaust survivor. She's not reportedly a survivor. She is a Holocaust survivor. There's no doubt to that. There's no allegation to that. I know because she's my constituent. The word reportedly should be struck from this resolution. My colleague's resolution, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Evans' resolution, I want to be clear, because we're considering multiple resolutions today, so I'm talking about the resolution from Mr. Gabe Evans of Colorado, does not mention once, not once, the Boulder Police Department, the officers that I represent who put their lives on the line to save members of the community 7 days ago. The resolution that Mr. Evans has offered doesn't mention the FBI once, not once, whose swift response was so integral. The only law enforcement agency that Mr. Evans mentions is ICE, the one agency that was not in Boulder that day. We should have the decency to recognize the Boulder Police Department and the officers that I represent that put their lives on the line 7 days ago. It's the least we can do. And we have a resolution that does that in a bipartisan way. And had the House majority, the Republicans, done what Republicans and Democrats in this chamber have done since time immemorial, since I've served in this body, which is allow a member to put his resolution to the floor for a vote, mistakes like this wouldn't happen. Now, I know an earlier version of this resolution that Mr. Evans introduced. He tweeted about it. He talked about the fact that this was because Colorado was a sanctuary state. He's removed that language from this resolution. So I am heartened that he now concedes that's an inaccurate claim, that language is not in this resolution. But in times like these, I would have hoped that my colleagues would be willing to come together to properly honor the victims, to condemn anti-Semitism, as I have said and as our resolution does. It's not hard to do the right thing, Mr. Speaker. And the question that Mr. Evans should answer is why? Why not join his two other Republican colleagues in Colorado and join the bipartisan resolution that thanks the Boulder Police Department, that thanks the FBI? The purpose of these resolutions is to unite the Congress, not divide it, to unite us in condemning violent attacks like these, to make clear that we stand with the Jewish community today and always, and that we will be there for them in the weeks and months ahead. Mr. Speaker, I encourage you, read the resolution that Mr. Evans introduced. You will not find a single reference, not one, to the victims' families, the people I met with over the weekend, the people I marched with. Nothing in Mr. Evans' resolution about standing with the Jewish people. Nothing. The word Jewish is mentioned once in this resolution. The terrorist's name is mentioned 13 times. No mention of this being a hate crime. Nothing in the resolution about the anti-Semitism that's metastasizing across the country, that Mr. Van Drew and I agree is a scourge. Mr. Van Drew, so much of what you said is in my resolution, the bipartisan resolution that I introduced. None of it is in the one that Mr. Evans introduced. There's not one mention, Mr. Speaker, in his resolution of Run for Their Lives, the organization that was targeted by this terrorist. The organization that's been pushing for the release of the hostages. They couldn't include one reference to the organization that was targeted? One? I have served in this body, as I mentioned previously, Mr. Speaker, for 6.5 years. And I've seen a lot of partisan debate unfold on this floor. But I think it's disgraceful to not give my community an opportunity to see our resolution considered on this floor. I don't know how the Republican majority can force a vote on a resolution like this that gets so many of the basic facts wrong. I had hoped that my Republican colleagues would choose a different course, but they've yet to do so. There's still time. The Speaker, the Majority Leader, they could put our bipartisan resolution on the floor for a vote. They could fix the defects in the resolution that Mr. Evans has introduced. I would implore them to do so.
The gentleman
Yield back to the gentleman
from Colorado yields back to the gentleman from New York.
I thank the gentleman from Colorado for such moving and important remarks, and I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Just a few words first. I want to speak a little bit about Mr. Evans because he may not say it himself. He has served in our military, served proudly in our Army, has served in Colorado as a police officer. So he has done more, not only served in one or the other, but served both, and did so with honor and decency and respect. And I think the benefit of having him here, he brings a lot to the table about this issue because I know that he has served and worked in Mr. Negus's actual district in his territory as well, and I hope maybe he will speak about that, although I know he didn't necessarily plan to do so. He's my friend, he's a good man, I know he cares deeply about this issue, and I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in strong support of this resolution to denounce the anti-Semitic terrorist attacks that occurred in Boulder, Colorado on June 1st of 2025. And first and foremost, let me say my heart goes out to the Jewish community who are peacefully advocating for the release of hostages held by Hamas. This anti-Semitic terror attack was disgusting, and this type of hate has no home in Colorado. And as we've heard, this man yelled anti-Semitic language while harming innocent people who had peacefully gathered. And we stand in strong opposition and denounce this attack. But this attack was not an isolated instance. It's a part of a surge in anti-Semitism that is going unaddressed. Whether it's the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, a couple in Washington, D.C., or peaceful protesters in Boulder, these attacks should not happen, and it is a tragedy that they continue to happen, and I can speak directly to that as a cop and a soldier for 22 combined years who spent the better part of a year in a combat zone deployed in support of the global war on terror, and who has responded and helped with tragedies in Boulder, Colorado, both as a National Guardsman fighting wildfires and putting together the crews and deploying the aircraft, and also as a police officer on the Honor Guard who has stood with our colleagues in Boulder when they lost an officer in 2021 in an active shooter event. And so I'm focused on making sure that we have a conversation around how do we prevent this from happening again. And unfortunately, in sanctuary states like Colorado, local law enforcement is prohibited from sharing information with their federal counterparts, Mr. Speaker. And this terror attack in Boulder is an example of why these sanctuary policies are dangerous to the safety and well-being of Americans. As a former police officer, I know that law enforcement must be able to work with authorities to keep Coloradans and Americans safe. In this particular case, the attacker was an illegal immigrant who was granted a driver's license by the state of Colorado, had multiple contacts with law enforcement prior to the attack, most notably when he tried to buy a gun and failed a background check. And this is on top of publicly espousing support for a organization that is known to have jihadist problems and jihadist leanings. Colorado's refusal to allow law enforcement to share basic information with federal immigration authorities highlights the danger of these policies, and it's a contributing factor to the rise in crime rates, which are impacting the lives and the safety of all Coloradans. Colorado now ranks second in the nation as the most dangerous state. Without Colorado's sanctuary laws, this attack might have been prevented. And so I urge my colleagues to stand in defense of American values and join me in passing this resolution, which is focused on keeping Americans and Colorado safe and having the discussion around the solutions to have the policies to accomplish that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield back.
The gentleman from Colorado yields back to the gentleman from New York. The gentleman from New York is recognized. Excuse me, New Jersey.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the gentleman from Colorado would indulge a quick question before he leaves. Yesterday, there was a rally with thousands of people in Boulder, Colorado, commemorating the victims, celebrating Jewish culture and people. The two senators from Colorado were there. Mr. Neguse was there. I would just ask if the gentleman who's introducing this resolution to commemorate ostensibly the victims of Boulder was in his neighboring district to be with the victims and the community.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized who would like to respond to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I unfortunately had other engagements that had been scheduled, and the resolution was introduced to, again, focus a component of the dialogue. Of course, our thoughts and our condolences go out, but we need more than thoughts and condolences. We need to have the conversation about how to prevent this from happening again. We need to have the public safety dialogue, and that is what the resolution does.
Well, I thank the gentleman for answering. According to reporting this morning, the other previous obligations that the gentleman from Colorado had was to appear at a political campaign conference of the Speaker here in Washington, D.C., with 3 other members who flipped districts. I'm sure it was essential for the gentleman from Colorado to be the 4th Republican member to have flipped a district last time to speak with donors in Washington, D.C., that he could not return to Boulder, Colorado to commemorate the victims who were the subject of this resolution that he so misguidedly introduced. Because this resolution is the exact opposite of Mr. Van Drew's resolution. This resolution uses anti-Semitism, uses Jews for a political objective. This was an anti-Semitic attack. The victims were Jewish. A victim was a Holocaust survivor. There's no question that the motivation of the perpetrator was anti-Semitism. It has nothing to do with how he got into this country. And if you want to have an immigration enforcement conversation, let's have an immigration enforcement conversation. Because this has nothing to do with that. And for the gentleman from Colorado to break precedent in the House of Representatives, to prevent the member representing the victims of this horrific attack from leading a resolution representing the families, I hope is simply because he's only been here for 6 months and does not understand the traditions of this institution. Because it would be a shame if this is where this institution has gone, if the partisanship has gotten so deep and so raw and so uncontrollable that we can't follow the custom of having the victims' representatives introduce a resolution condemning such a horrific attack like this. But then on top of it, to use this for some bogus immigration argument where he falsely characterizes Colorado as a sanctuary state, falsely represents that there were law enforcement contacts with the perpetrator, when the only information we have is that there were some 911 hang-ups that trace back to an address where the perpetrator was living. To argue that somehow this is a reflection of our immigration system uses Jews as a partisan pawn. It is the exact opposite of what we Jews in this country need. And I get that we're in a political body. I get that you like to put these resolutions. You weren't here, Mr. Evans, last term, but there were about 10 anti-Semitism resolutions that effectively said the same thing solely to score political points. We Jews are sick and tired of being used as pawns. Anti-Semitism is rising to such a degree that people are now being murdered because they're Jewish. We're not just talking about protests on campus anymore. Every single Jewish institution has to significantly increase security. We all have to worry when we go into a synagogue whether it will be the next victim. And here we are dealing with this resolution, trying to convert anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic violence into some immigration gotcha game. What are we thanking ICE agents for? In a resolution commemorating and condemning anti-Semitism and remembering and honoring the victims, when there were no ICE agents there. ICE has nothing to do with it. It's because ICE is spending so much time pulling nonviolent, non-criminal immigrants out of court where they're going through a lawful process to come in here so that they can be removed in expedited removal so that they can have their asylum claims, a lawful pathway, voided so they can be kicked out of the country with minimal due process. Just so Republicans and President Trump can meet their quota of mass deportations. You promised us you were going to go after convicted criminals. These people are not convicted criminals. This resolution says that there's cooperation between state, local, and federal law enforcement. Really? Because as far as I know, the President of the United States ordered the National Guard to go into California over the objection of the governor of California. Something that has not happened since 1965. And in 1965 it happened because the governor of the state was not following federal law. Is that the kind of cooperation that we're looking for here? This resolution should be pulled immediately. Mr. Van Drew, Mr. Neguse have offered resolutions that properly honor the victims, condemn anti-Semitism, give the American people the sense of Congress that we as a unified body will not tolerate anti-Semitic violence. But instead, we're voting on an immigration gotcha resolution that uses anti-Semitism as a political pawn. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues on the other side to come to your senses. Stop using anti-Semitism as a partisan weapon. Pull this resolution. Allow Mr. Negus's resolution to be introduced and voted on, as is the tradition of this body. In parallel and along with Mr. Van Drew's, which accurately reflects the threat not just in Boulder, Colorado, but in Washington, D.C., in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and all around the country. We still can do the right thing. It is still possible, and I am certain the American people would greatly appreciate to see some bipartisanship out of this body on a topic that is so important to so many. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just address a couple of things before we move on. Let me say that, first of all, as we all know, it was referenced over there, something about Mr. Evans and what bills get to the floor. As a freshman member of Congress, I can guarantee you, he is a freshman member of Congress. He's not determining what bills get to the floor in the United States House of Representatives. Secondly, sometimes the simple truth is something, most especially in Washington, D.C., and that we here in Congress just avoid or don't see it with clarity. Here's the simple truth. And this is what Mr. Evans was trying to get at. His resolution, yes, it is different than mine. Mine focused purely on anti-Semitism here in the world. But he brings up a valid point, not only for Jews, but for many innocent victims, whether it was Laken Riley, whether it was the women that were raped, the women and men that were killed, those that were beaten, those that were hurt who were in law enforcement. Illegal immigration is not a good thing. And yes, there are a few illegal immigrants who came to this country who are illegal but just trying to make their way, but doing it the wrong way. But there are also real bad folks that got in. And the simple truth is, let's get back to what happened. The man, the individual human being who did this atrocious act, who made these Molotov cocktails, who fashioned a flamethrower, was an illegal immigrant with a bad history. There would be people who are good human beings in this country who would be alive if we didn't have an open-door border policy. That's the simple truth. It's not complicated. That's not using Jews. It happened to be a Jew that got hurt, Jews that got hurt this time. It's not using women when it's a woman or that got raped. It's not using children when children were beaten and raped by these illegals. It's not using them. It's stating the facts of how awful and terrible what we have been doing in this country by allowing known murderers to exist and to stay in the country and not detaining them, giving them due process, and then at the very least deporting them. That's Mr. Evans' point here. That's what he's trying to say. That's what he's trying to bring forth. It's a simple but important truth that somehow we're trying to avoid. And finally, and again, I just will address it because my friend and he is my friend, but my friend from New York addressed what's going on in California. Here's the other rule in the United States of America. In the United States of America, you can rally, you can demonstrate, you can express your viewpoint. You have freedom of speech. It doesn't mean you beat people. It doesn't mean you put cars on fire. It doesn't mean you destroy buildings. It doesn't mean that you're allowed to hurt other people. We are a nation of the rule of law. There's a simple truth. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to Mr. Crank from the great state of Colorado.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I'm in an unusual position here. This attack occurred in my home state as well, home state of Colorado. And I'm actually a co-sponsor of the resolution from my friend, Mr. Negus, and I'm a co-sponsor of the resolution of my friend, Mr. Evans. And Mr. Negus, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Negus would tell you that I called him the night of this attack and I offered my condolences to him, to his constituents, and asked him if there was anything that I could do personally to help. And I offered to write a resolution, a bipartisan one. We didn't get that done, but I offered. And I'll tell you where I was this weekend. I'm not going to malign other members of this chamber and ask where they were, but I'll tell you where I was. I flew back on Friday night so that I could spend one day, because I had to be back here on Sunday, but one day, and I went to a pro-life walk, and then I went to 3 separate synagogues to be with the Jewish community in my city. But here's what I don't quite understand is the concern over this resolution. Here is what, when you get to the now therefore be it resolved, this is what it says, and here's the reality. You can co-sponsor Mr. Negus's resolution. You can co-sponsor Mr. Van Drew's resolution and vote for it. You can co-sponsor and vote for Mr. Evans' resolution and vote for it. It says, Mr. Evans' resolution, the one we're talking about, says, now therefore be it resolved that the House of Representatives, now tell me if I'm saying anything, Mr. Speaker, here that is radical. It says, be it resolved that the House of Representatives condemns Mohammed Sabri Soliman and his anti-Semitic terrorist attack on peaceful demonstrators supporting the release of the hostages held by Hamas. I'm for that. That's why I co-sponsored Mr. Evans' resolution. Number 2, it says, be it resolved that it affirms that free and open communication between state and local law enforcement and their federal counterparts remains the bedrock of public safety and is necessary in preventing terrorist attacks. Seems reasonable to me. And 3, expresses gratitude to law enforcement officers, including U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel, for protecting the homeland. These are all things I can support and vote for. I guess I'd ask why anybody wouldn't vote and support the be it resolved. Be it resolved in that resolution. But I rise today in support of my friend and colleague, Representative Gabe Evans, and his resolution denouncing this anti-Semitic terrorist attack. But you know, we shouldn't even be here today debating this resolution, but because of the radical, illegal, and harmful policies being rubber-stamped by the governor of Colorado and the state legislature, here we are. Thank you. This terrorist was in our country having overstayed his visa. But instead of turning over this illegal alien to ICE and law enforcement, Colorado lawmakers gave him a sanctuary pass. In fact, they even went a step further and they gave this terrorist a driver's license. I'm proud to be from El Paso County, a county in Colorado that stands for common sense immigration policies and a community that works with our law enforcement to give them every tool to protect our community. We must work with our federal, state, and local law enforcement professionals, give them every resource to protect our communities and our country, and I'm proud to co-sponsor and to support this resolution for Mr. Evans. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Colorado yields back to the gentleman from New Jersey.
I reserve.
And the gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Colorado.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have a parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, very simply, can we amend Mr. Gabe Evans' resolution with the inaccurate information so that it reflects the accurate information about the number of victims, just changing the number from 14 to 15, and adding the Boulder Police Department and the FBI so that the law enforcement agencies in my district, in particular the Boulder Police Department, can be recognized by this House?
The motion to suspend would not be in order under our rules. May not be amended. May not be amended, pardon.
I reserve the balance of our time. I yield back to the gentleman from Mr. Goldman.
Yield. I reserve the balance of our time.
New York reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Just a few words, Mr. Speaker. I would say to you, had the Biden administration adequately screened this individual, this murderer, if they had screened him the way they should have, if our borders had been operating correctly, if they had looked at his social media, they would have known that he consistently posted anti-Semitic videos, that he consistently posted violence, and he would have been denied. And all this wouldn't have happened. How simple is that? Is this too complex for us in Washington, or maybe it's just too much the simple truth? With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. I reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield again to the gentleman from Colorado for unanimous consent request.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there are 3 Republican members in the chamber, Mr. Van Drew, Mr. Crank, Mr. Evans. I ask unanimous consent that the House proceed to a vote on HRES 476, the bipartisan resolution condemning the anti-Semitic terrorist attack in Boulder, Colorado.
Well,
I object, Mr. Speaker.
Well, under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and the Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships.
I yield the remaining seconds to my colleague.
The gentleman yields
reserve
time back to the gentleman from New York, and the gentleman from New Jersey
reserve,
and the gentleman from New Jersey reserve.
We're done.
Close.
The gentleman
May I ask how much time we have?
Has 15 seconds and is recognized for those 15 seconds.
Plenty. Now?
Does the gentleman wish to go ahead and close?
I'll yield again to Mr. Neguse.
The gentleman from Colorado has the floor.
I would just simply, again, ask of Republican leadership to do the right thing, to bring H.R. 476, the resolution that I've introduced, to condemn this attack in my community, in my district, to the floor for a vote. I think it's shameful what the Republicans have decided to do, and I'm just couldn't be more disappointed. I yield back.
The gentleman has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I simply say that I ask our members on both sides of the aisle, and I believe there will be members on the other side of the aisle, to vote for both of these resolutions. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 488? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The gentleman from New Jersey has requested the yeas and nays. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Okay. Does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2035.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 116, H.R. 2035, a bill to amend Title 46 United States Code to direct the Secretary of Transportation to ensure that all cargoes procured, furnished, or financed by the Department of Transportation are transported on privately owned commercial vessels of the United States and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks, insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 2035.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 2035, the American Cargo American Ships Act. This measure focuses on strengthening the United States maritime industry by mandating that cargo procured, furnished, or financed by the Department of Transportation must be transported on United States-owned, United States flagged, and United States crewed commercial vehicles. This bill ensures that the United States carriers will play a more significant role in the transportation of goods funded by the federal government, which will fuel economic growth and bolster United States maritime jobs. H.R. 2035 also helps ensure that our nation has a ready fleet of vessels and mariners that we can mobilize in national times of emergency. I'm proud to co-lead this legislation and want to thank my friend Representative Carbajal for introducing this bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself at such time as I may consume.
The gentleman has the floor.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise in support of my bill, the American Cargo for American Ships Act, and to express my thanks for the bipartisan leadership of Chair Sam Graves, Ranking Member Larson, and also Subcommittee Chair Ezell, who co-sponsored this important legislation. My bill strengthens the American merchant marine by guaranteeing that 100% of U.S. cargo generated by the Department of Transportation will be transported on U.S. flagged ships. It is that simple. This bill is the maritime industry's version of Buy America. If the government is shipping cargo, it should be on American vessels. Starting with the end of World War II, the U.S. merchant marine has shrunk to an unacceptable level. My bill is an actionable step that we can take right now to improve the maritime industry, grow the U.S. mariner pool, and increase the number of U.S. flagged ships. From a national security perspective, cargo preference remains an effective shipping strategy in maintaining our nation's presence and economic viability in the international market. As the Department of Transportation is responsible for overseeing the majority of American maritime shipping, both domestically and globally, there is no reason why the department cannot and should not be setting an example that is meaningful. Mr. Chair, I yield back. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Okay.
Okay. I encourage my colleagues to support passage of H.R. 2035, the American Cargo for American Ships Act. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
He yields back. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. The American shipping has been severely undermined over the past several decades, largely due to the dominance of foreign flagged vessels that operate at lower cost by sidestepping United States labor, safety, and environmental standards. H.R. 2035 is critical to restoring our nation's maritime industry and ushering in a new era of American maritime dominance. I'm honored to co-lead this legislation and would like to express my gratitude again to Representative Carbajal for introducing the bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2035? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection,
I request the yeas and nays.
the yeas and nays are listed. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Okay. All right.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2351.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 118, H.R. 2351, a bill to direct the Commandant of the Coast Guard to update the policy of the Coast Guard regarding the use of medication to treat drug overdose and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezel, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days to which to revise and extend their remarks, insert extraneous material into the record for H.R. 2351.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 2351 directs the Commandant of the Coast Guard to update the service's policy regarding the use of medication to treat drug overdoses. This bill also strengthens the Coast Guard's ability to go after drug traffickers and respond to opioid overdoses. H.R. 2351 amends the Maritime Drug Law Enforcement Act, removing ambiguities in the current law which prohibit the prosecution of cases involving unmanned or autonomous vessels. This bill will therefore ensure that the drug traffickers responsible can be charged, tried, and convicted. I thank T&I Committee member Representative McDowell for his leadership on this bipartisan legislation. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of H.R. 2351 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2351, a bill requiring the Coast Guard to have a substantive policy on treating drug overdoses on board vessels, and also ensuring that the Coast Guard has the legal authority to prosecute certain drug smuggling cases. I would also like to express my thanks for the bipartisan leadership of Chair Sam Graves, Ranking Member Larson, and Subcommittee Chair Ezel. This bill strengthens the Coast Guard's ability to meet the core mission, saving lives. As we all know, the Coast Guard is involved in high-risk drug interdiction missions, as well as recreational boating oversight where drugs may be present. This bill requires the Coast Guard to update its policy on carrying and utilizing medications to treat drug overdoses such as naloxone. Further, the bill ensures access to these medications at every installation and operational unit. As we all understand, handling drugs like cocaine and fentanyl is an exceptionally risky endeavor, and ensuring the Coast Guard has the necessary medication to prevent someone from losing a life is critical. In addition, the bill also provides the Coast Guard with the ability to prosecute drug smuggling cases when the vessel operator is not physically on board. As technology continues to evolve and transnational criminal organizations get savvier and more sophisticated with their operations, this levels the playing field and helps the United States hold these unmanned vessel operators accountable. I am proud to support my colleagues who have worked on this important bipartisan legislation, and I look forward to seeing it passed into law. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize Representative McDowell of North Carolina for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Ezell. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 2351, which will strengthen the ability of the United States Coast Guard to respond effectively to opioid overdose situations. The Coast Guard is on the front lines of the fight against fentanyl, working to stop traffickers at sea and saving lives in the process. This bill will ensure that they have the tools needed to do just that, because when an overdose happens, there's no time to wait. This bill will give the Coast Guard broader authority to prosecute cases where illicit drugs are discovered on unmanned vessels or smuggled on board without the knowledge of the crew. The bill also ensures that Coast Guard facilities have naloxone and other similar medications on hand to treat overdoses, bringing the Coast Guard in line with other branches of the military. By giving our Coast Guard men and women access to naloxone, we are giving them the ability to save lives at sea and protect themselves should they come into contact with these deadly drugs. Put simply, we have their back and they have ours. This common sense bill will make it easier and safer for our service members to protect our maritime borders with confidence when they are intercepting these poisons before they reach our communities. Mr. Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support H.R. 2351 and encourage my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
This bill will ensure drug traffickers face justice as they employ new technology and methods to flood our country with dangerous drugs. I will also give the Coast Guard the parity to policy other armed services with regard to rapid treatment of drug overdoses and keeping guardsmen safe from accidental exposure. H.R. 2351 implements changes that will help secure our maritime border and increase safety on our seas. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Mississippi yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2351? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2390.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 114, H.R. 2390, a bill to amend Title 46 United States Code to clarify that Port Infrastructure Development Program funds may be used to replace Chinese port crane hardware or software and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record for H.R. 2390.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Chairman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 2390, the Maritime Supply Chain Security Act. This bill strengthens the ability of ports to confront threats by the Chinese software and hardware. H.R. 2390 clarifies that funds from MARAD's Port Infrastructure Development Program can be used for projects focused on upgrading or replacing port cranes that were either installed or supplied by the People's Republic of China or any of its related government entities. I want to thank Representative Rouser, a leader on the T&I committee, for his work on this legislation that ensures federal funds can be used to counter threats posed by our nation's adversaries. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time I may consume.
The chairman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2390, the Maritime Supply Chain Security Act, which clarifies funding provided by the Port Infrastructure Development Program can be used to replace or upgrade Chinese-made cranes at ports. In 2024, over 80% of ships-to-shore cranes at ports in the United States were manufactured in China. There's currently no U.S. domestic production of ship-to-shore cranes, leaving some of the most valuable equipment at our ports vulnerable to cyber attacks and dependent upon Chinese manufacturing. This is just one example of the type of manufacturing that needs to be brought back to the United States, not through tariffs that pass along costs to the consumer, but rather by working with companies and incentivizing change. This bill serves as a prime example of the importance of the Port Infrastructure Development Program, a bipartisan program that invests in our ports and supply chains. Since 90% of everything we wear, eat, and consume is carried by water, ports are the bedrock of our supply chain. The bipartisan infrastructure law provided $2.25 billion in advance appropriations for PIDP. I welcome the increase to the program in the fiscal year 2026 budget request and hope the appropriators follow suit. H.R. 2390 continues the work of President Biden to replace Chinese cranes and bolster the cybersecurity of U.S. ports. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I now recognize Representative Rouser of North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2390, the Maritime Supply Chain Security Act, takes a critical step towards strengthening our port infrastructure and national security by expanding the eligible use of the Port Infrastructure Development Program to include the replacement of Chinese port hardware and software, most notably Chinese cranes and the software used to operate them. As we all know, our country's ports serve an absolutely critical role in our national supply chain, moving millions of tons of goods each year, facilitating trade, which supports American businesses and consumers across the country. Any disruption to these supply chains results in increased costs for American families and shortages of essential goods, just as we witnessed during and after the outbreak of COVID. For economic and national security reasons, we must ensure our maritime infrastructure is not only state-of-the-art and efficient, but also secure from foreign threats. Unfortunately, too many of our nation's largest ports rely on ship-to-shore cranes manufactured by Chinese state-owned companies with Chinese-owned software. Reports indicate the software used in these cranes can be exploited for espionage, potentially transmitting sensitive data, such as the location and movement of cargo back to Communist China. This information could easily be used to disrupt trade, track shipments of military equipment, or gain intelligence on U.S. supply chains, among many other concerns. The Port Infrastructure Development Program, a competitive grant program administered by the Maritime Administration, can help address these. Therefore, my bill, the Maritime Supply Chain Security Act, provides a clear directive allowing funds from this competitive grant program to be used to replace these Chinese manufactured cranes and their associated software. Taking this step is not just about upgrading infrastructure. It's about protecting our economy, safeguarding national security, and ensuring American ports remain under American control. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this very important piece of legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close. I support H.R. 2390 and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi has the only time remaining.
Okay. Mr. Speaker,
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 2390 as an important next step in securing American ports and reducing the potential threat from foreign equipment and software. We must continue to take action to protect our transportation system from both physical and cyber threats. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2390? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 137 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 31, House Resolution 137, resolution designating the House Press Gallery rooms H315, H316, H317, H318, and H319 in the United States Capitol as the Frederick Douglass Press Gallery.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on House Resolution
Without
137.
objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may.
Gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, House Resolution 137 designates the House Press Gallery as the Frederick Douglass Press Gallery. Frederick Douglass came to Washington, D.C. in 1870 to become editor of the New National Era paper and chronicled the progress of African Americans in the United States. He became the first African American member of the Press Gallery from 1871 to 1875. And in 2007, he was honored with a plaque and painting in the House Press Gallery. This resolution today will officially name the House Press Gallery after him, and I want to thank the gentleman from Florida, Representative Donalds, for his leadership on this bipartisan resolution. With that, I'd urge support of the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of HRES 137 as amended, which designates H315, 316, 317, 318, 319 in the U.S. Capitol as the Frederick Douglass Press Gallery. We honor Frederick Douglass for his extraordinary contributions to this country. Born an enslaved person, he grew to be a prominent abolitionist, public intellectual, journalist, world-renowned orator, businessman, and statesman. Douglass was a courageous advocate for equal rights who used his journalistic and oratorical skills to advance civil liberties for all his life. It's fitting that we name the House Press Gallery after the first black reporter allowed into the Capitol Press Galleries, and I support passage of the resolution as amended and urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Speaker, I now recognize Representative Donalds of Florida for 5 minutes.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of HRES 137 to rename the House Press Gallery the Frederick Douglass Press Gallery, in honor of a man whose life and work embodied the very best of American ideals and shattered through glass ceilings. Frederick Douglass was born into slavery in 1818 and courageously escaped bondage in 1838. He built a life dedicated to truth, liberty, and justice. He became a journalist in Rochester, New York, and launched the North American Star using his own money, giving voice to the voiceless in the years before the Civil War. He fought fiercely against slavery, championed equal rights and women's suffrage, and became one of the most forceful orators in American history. During the Civil War, Douglass recruited black soldiers, met with President Lincoln to advocate for equal pay and treatment, and worked to assist those escaping slavery. After his Rochester home was destroyed in a suspected arson attack, he moved to Anacostia. here in Washington, D.C., and became the editor and later owner of the New National Era, which chronicled black progress throughout the nation. Douglas was the first black reporter admitted to the Capitol Press galleries. From 1871 to 1875, he reported on the House and Senate action, keeping the African American community informed during Reconstruction after the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. He spent countless hours writing and studying right here in the House Press Gallery. Even after his tenure in the gallery, he often would return to the Capitol. Congress has honored Douglas with a portrait and plaque in the gallery and a statue in Emancipation Hall. This resolution permanently renames these famous offices off of the House floor for all Americans today and years to come to honor his work for freedom in this hallowed chamber. I would like to thank Speaker Johnson, Chairman Graves, Representatives Andre Carson, Burgess Owens, Stephen Hoysford, Wesley Hunt, and John James for their leadership on this resolution. I would also like to thank my former staffer, Luke Deal, for all of his hard work and dedication in this effort. I urge my colleagues to support H-Res 137, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I'm prepared to close, but so I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take just a moment to recognize someone who has made a particular impact on this body and to me, for that matter, and that's transportation infrastructure. The Republican staff director, Jack Ruddy, right here, who is leaving the Hill after 15 years. Jack started out in my office as an intern. And he liked it so much, he decided to come back as an intern 4 more times. No matter what we did or how hard we tried, we just could not get rid of him. But I'm incredibly thankful that he stuck it out because his entire body has benefited from his public service and his expertise. Jack has come a long way from his days as an intern. He went on to serve as my legislative director in my congressional office, and for the last 6.5 years, he's been with me at the T&I committee, first as the deputy staff director, and most notably as staff director, which he led my entire team since 2022. It's uncommon in this chamber that a staff member makes such a lasting impact, but Jack is a very uncommon staffer. He's a trusted advisor, not only to me, but to many members on the Transportation Committee on both sides of the aisle. And, you know, often taking on, over the years, he's played an integral role in shepherding through Congress numerous major legislative priorities to improve America's transportation network and build our infrastructure. And this includes the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024 and other important aviation safety legislation, multiple water resources development acts, Coast Guard authorizations, public buildings and federal office space reforms, and pipeline safety reauthorization, just to name a few of the things that are out there. And it takes hard work, skill, extensive knowledge, and a deep understanding of the legislative process to get these things across the finish line, and that's something that Jack has all of those qualities. But it also takes sacrifice, and Jack, his wife Paige, and their 2 boys, Joel and Barrett, know that all too well. And I want to thank Jack and his entire family for the sacrifices that they have contributed in more than I can describe. And it's contributed to the success of the T&I committee and the House of Representatives, and that's gone on for the last 6.5 years. Mr. Speaker, I want to close by saying that anybody who has ever worked with Jack knows that these things are very true, and he is fair, he's pragmatic, and he knows how to get the job done. But the most important thing that we know is that Jack is a true friend, and I can say that from personal experience. We're all going to miss him, and I wish him the best of luck as he begins his new chapter in life. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to take this time to recognize the Republican Staff Director for T&I, Jack Ruddy, who's leaving the committee at the end of the week after more than 6.5 years of work on the committee, and of course an additional 9 years with directly with the chair. During Jack's 3 years as staff director, 2.5 of which I've been the ranking member of the committee, the T&I committee has passed impactful, bipartisan bills that have moved the ball on a number of issues. From our work on the FAA reauthorization of 2024 to WRDA 2024, which included the first reauthorization of the Economic Development Administration in more than 15 years, Jack has proven to be a trusted partner and effective negotiator. And just to show you how much work he does do, one of the things we had to settle, one of the issues we had to settle on the FAA bill occurred when I was in my district on Whidbey Island, while Sam was on Midway Island in the middle of the Pacific. I don't even know which day it was on Midway at the time, but Jack helped facilitate the phone call that helped Sam and me, or the chair and me, resolve a sticky wicket issue that we had to get done to get the bill done, and appreciated Jack's help in making that happen. Even when we disagreed, Jack was never disagreeable, and he worked to find common ground. We're actually sad to see you go, Jack. We know you'll do well, and we wish you great luck in your future endeavors. With that, I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no more speakers. I'm prepared to close.
And is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support the resolution and encourage my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, naming the House Press Gallery after Frederick Douglass is going to honor his commitment to the free press, his legacy, and his work reporting on the official business of Congress. With that, I urge support of House Resolution 137, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 137 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion is to reconsider is on the table. Objection, the title is amended. The gentleman will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to ask to suspend the rules and move to pass H.R. 248.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 115, H.R. 248, a bill to require Amtrak to install baby-changing tables and bathrooms on passenger rail cars.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezel, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 248.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 248, the Baby Changing on Board Act, is effective bipartisan legislation intended to help parents better care for their children when traveling. The bill requires Amtrak to install baby-changing tables in all ADA-accessible restrooms on trains owned by Amtrak. These facilities are common on other transportation modes, including airliners. They are likewise necessary on intercity passenger rails. Intercity. The bipartisan bill is long overdue improvement to Amtrak service. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I'm pleased to
Without
support
objection.
Please support the Baby Changing on Board Act. This bill requires Amtrak to install baby changing stations and accessible bathrooms on new passenger rail cars and include clear signage indicating the availability of changing stations. This will ensure that parents with young children on Amtrak trains can use accessible, safe, and comfortable changing facilities. I am pleased to support this legislation to create a safer, cleaner, and more accessible experience for parents and caregivers traveling with young children. I urge my colleagues to support the Baby Changing on Board Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield 5 minutes to the representative from Illinois and the prime sponsor of the bill, Representative Lauren Underwood.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of my bipartisan bill, the Baby Changing on Board Act. This is a simple, common sense bill, and it's long overdue. Every parent deserves the basic dignity of a clean, safe space to change their baby's diaper, no matter how they travel. Right now, many long-distance trains can go hours without a single stop. Families riding Amtrak shouldn't have to change their babies on the floor of a train car or in unsafe, unsanitary conditions. It's simply unacceptable, and it's avoidable. So, my bill ensures that every new Amtrak train includes a baby changing table in at least one restroom per car, including ADA-compliant restrooms. Because friends, let's be real, babies don't wait for layovers when they need to be changed. Let me paint the picture. You're holding your baby in one arm, a diaper bag in the other, and probably some other stuff too. You make your way to the restroom with your kids and your bags, only to realize there's no changing table. What are you supposed to do? This is not hypothetical. Millions of Americans ride Amtrak every year, so those trains should work for everyone, including families with young kids. And yet, on many of those trains, parents, usually moms, are forced to make an impossible choice: change their child on a dirty floor or seat, or just sit there and hope for the best. I've heard from families and parents in my Northern Illinois community who rely on Amtrak, and they're tired of getting stuck in this impossible position on trains that don't have safe facilities for the littlest riders. Because this is a safety issue for these children. It's a public health issue, and frankly, it's about dignity. These parents aren't asking for luxury. They're asking for a clean, flat surface and some basic respect. Listen, we all know diaper changes are not optional, which is why safe baby changing stations shouldn't be optional either. The Baby Changing on Board Act is about building a country where every family has what they need to thrive. And that starts with recognizing that caregiving matters, parenting matters, and infrastructure should actually support it. This bill will not solve every challenge that parents face, but it's a meaningful step towards a more family-friendly future. I would like to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their support of this bill. And in particular, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, Representative Jeff Van Drew, for working to introduce it with me. I urge everyone in this chamber to vote yes. Let's make changing a diaper on a train a little less gross and a lot more humane. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to support the Baby Changing on Board Act and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you very much for the time, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Move. I didn't want to do that. I'm sorry. I get everybody mad at me, right?
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 248 is long overdue and provides help for American families traveling with young children. It simply makes sense for Amtrak to comply with ADA requirements, especially as a recipient of federal funding. I was glad to see the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure favorably report this measure and look forward to the House doing so as well. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 248? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1182.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 110, H.R. 1182, a bill to require the Secretary of Transportation to promulgate regulations relating to the approval of foreign manufacturers of cylinders and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezel, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 1182.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
In recent years, foreign-produced gas cylinders from countries like China have entered the United States market, despite failing to meet Department of Transportation and safety standards and specifications. In addition to threatening public safety, these dangerous imported cylinders take market share from the gas cylinder manufacturers in the United States. H.R. 1182 is bipartisan legislation that will improve safety while also providing a level playing field for the American cylinder manufacturers. Importantly, this legislation will apply the same safety standards to foreign-produced cylinders as those manufactured in the United States. Finally, the bill will increase the capacity of PHSMSA to conduct foreign inspections without cost to United States taxpayers by allowing for more adequate cost recovery from applicants. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1182, the Compressed Gas Cylinder Safety Oversight Improvements Act. The bill requires the Secretary of Transportation to advance a rulemaking to make the standards for foreign manufacturers of compressed gas cylinders sold in the U.S. the same as standards for the domestic makers of these same cylinders. Compressed gas cylinders are used every day in life for medical, auto, defense, oil and gas, residential, firefighting, and other purposes. In January, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration issued a safety advisory notice regarding unsafe cylinders being sold online to consumers, shippers, and heating, ventilation, and air conditioning folks. And these were not manufactured to American or even United Nations standards and lack certification markings. Using these unsafe compressed gas cylinders could cause significant damage to property, physical injury, or even death. PHMSA determined that the unmarked empty cylinders being sold in the U.S. on major commercial websites are primarily manufactured by non-U.S. companies. This bill requires a consistent standard for both domestic and foreign manufacturers of compressed gas cylinders. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bipartisan bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize Representative Balderson of Ohio for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, the Compressed Gas Cylinder Safety and Oversight Improvements Act. For far too long, manufacturers in Ohio and across the nation have had to compete on an unfair playing field. This bill restores fairness for American producers by cracking down on the import of counterfeit and dangerous gas cylinders into the United States. My bill also holds foreign manufacturers to the same safety and inspection standards that domestic manufacturers are already required to meet. Simply put, there is no reason the United States government should make it easier to manufacture these critical products abroad than it is to produce them here at home. To be sold in interstate commerce, the Department of Transportation requires compressed gas cylinders to be manufactured to specific standards and properly stamped. Currently, the Department of Transportation's Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, or PHMSA, inspects facilities in the United States at least once per year to ensure compliance with safety requirements. However, for cylinders manufactured in foreign countries and then sold and imported into the United States, PHMSA only inspects those facilities once every 5 years. Over time, certain foreign producers have deliberately engraved safety and regulatory standards to gain a competitive advantage over domestic producers, potentially jeopardizing public safety in the process. This bill ensures PHMSA has the necessary tools to conduct more frequent inspections at foreign manufacturing facilities and to hold bad actors accountable. I'd like to thank my friend, the chairman of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, for his support in moving this bill forward. I also would like to thank my colleague from Illinois, my co-lead on this legislation, for his partnership and commitment to advancing this important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no more speakers, so I want to just close by saying to support the Compressed Gas Cylinder Safety Oversight and Improvements Act. Encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection.
H.R. 1182 will better protect the public from dangers of poorly manufactured and mislabeled compressed gas cylinders. This legislation will also better ensure fair competition for American manufacturers and workers. Further, H.R. 1182 improves transparency by requiring all applications to be subject to public review and input, ensures that the United States regulators have access to any and all pertinent information regarding applicants. Thank you, my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Balderson, for leading the important bipartisan effort. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1182? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1373 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 109, H.R. 1373, a bill to require certain meetings of the Tennessee Valley Authority to be transparent and open to the public and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezel, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 1373 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Recognized.
First of all, I would like to commend Congressman Burchett and Cohen for their continued work in the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee to make the Tennessee Valley Authority transparent for its customers. The bill is the latest in those efforts. Specifically, this bill puts into law practices that make more meetings open to the public and ensures that minutes from those meetings are publicly available after the fact. The bill also contains limited exceptions for meetings involving sensitive information in order to protect TVA's competitiveness and ability to carry out its mission for its customers. Mr. Speaker, I urge and I support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1373 as amended bipartisan legislation to promote additional transparency at board meetings of the Tennessee Valley Authority. I want to thank Representatives Cohen and Burchett of Tennessee for their leadership on this bill and their tireless work to improve the TVA. The TVA is the nation's largest government-owned wholesale power producer, supplying power to 10 million people across the states of Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and Kentucky. This legislation requires TVA's board meetings to be open to the public when possible, which will increase transparency for the communities impacted by TVA's decisions. I support H.R. 1373 as amended and urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I now recognize Representative Burchett of Tennessee for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Ezel. I rise in support of the bipartisan Tennessee Valley Authority Transparency Act. TVA is a congressionally chartered American public power company that provides electricity to over 10 million people in Tennessee and 6 surrounding states. Despite TVA's significant role in our daily lives, it holds most of its meetings behind closed doors. I believe Americans are sick and tired of these dadgum backroom dealings, Mr. Speaker. The TVA Transparency Act requires all board meetings to be held in public and for TVA to provide at least 7 days' notice so people know when and where the meetings occur. This bill provides greater accountability to the American people while retaining reasonable FOIA, for those that don't understand what FOIA is, that's Freedom of Information Act, and Sunshine Act protections. I've always advocated for more transparency at TVA, first as a state legislature, then as a mayor, and now as congressman. And I want to thank my good friend Representative Cohen, who I don't see in here today, for his continued support. Steve and I were in the Tennessee General Assembly together. We raised the speed limit in Tennessee. We brought Isaac Hayes to the floor of the Senate, and he's the first person that ever fed me lobster, oddly enough. So he's been a great friend, and also the fact that he called my mama when my daddy died. So I'm very close to Steve, even though our political allegiances are about as far apart as they can get. He's still my good friend. And I want to urge my colleagues to pass this bipartisan bill and restore public trust in TVA. And I yield back, Mr. Ezell.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no more speakers, so I will close, and Congress must ensure that TVA's operations are transparent. I support H.R. 1373 as amended and urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Chairman is recognized.
H.R. 1373, the TVA Transparency Act, is a common-sense bill that makes Tennessee Valley Authority more transparent while ensuring it can serve its customers effectively. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1373 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1948 as amended.
The clerk will report on the title of the bill.
H.R. 1948, a bill to authorize the International Boundary and Water Commission to accept funds for activities relating to wastewater treatment and flood control works and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Rezel, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 1948
Without
as amended.
objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 1948 would allow the United States section of the International Boundary and Water Commission, or IBWC, to receive additional funding from other federal, non-federal partners to support water and wastewater infrastructure. The IBWC is already authorized to receive funds from the Environmental Protection Agency, but this bill will allow the IBWC to partner with other agencies and entities such as Department of Homeland Security to address the maintenance backlog for critical water infrastructure. This legislation will allow IBWC to access more funding sources so it can maintain these assets and in turn help provide cleaner water for our warfighters to train in and strengthen our security posture along our southern border. Enacting the bill would help advance the Trump administration's priorities as outlined in Presidential Fiscal Year 2026 budget request. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Recognize the gentleman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1498 as amended bipartisan legislation 1948 as amended, bipartisan legislation to assist the U.S. section of the International Boundary and Water Commission, or IBWC, in carrying out its critical water-related missions. This bill allows IBWC to accept contributed funds from other federal and state agencies, giving the Commission the authority other federal infrastructure agencies already have. This authority will allow the IBWC to partner with other federal agencies and non-federal interests to carry out critical water-related projects, including projects for wastewater treatment, water conservation, and flood control. I support H.R. 1948 as amended and urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the representative from California, Representative Peters.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. My bill, H.R. 1948, allows the International Boundary and Water Commission, or IBWC, to accept up to $5 million per year from other federal agencies or outside entities like cities, states, and nonprofit organizations for wastewater treatment and flood control projects like those that would fight the cross-border sewage crisis in and around San Diego and Coronado. The IBWC has jurisdiction over the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant in San Diego, where long-standing operational and maintenance failures have allowed raw sewage to flow from the Tijuana River onto San Diego's beaches. This has created a public health crisis that strains local resources, poses significant environmental risks, and forces service members to train in polluted sewage water. Under current law, federal agencies, state governments, and local entities cannot transfer funds to projects under IBWC's jurisdiction. This leaves IBWC solely reliant on annual appropriations or emergency funding to build and maintain its facilities. My office, along with the rest of the San Diego delegation and our California senators, has worked hard to secure $360 million in emergency funding to help address chronic issues at the South Bay Treatment Plant. This bill would provide another tool to ensure that San Diego and Coronado do not need to move from emergency to emergency to secure adequate funding for this plant. I would like to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who have helped move the ball forward on this issue, including the San Diego delegation and our California senators, and my colleagues who are former Navy SEALs who understand the harm of training in these polluted waters. I'd also like to thank the cities of San Diego, Coronado, Imperial Beach, the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce, San Diego Coastkeeper, Wild Coast, and other San Diegans who have made stopping this catastrophe a top priority. I thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The IBWC plays a crucial role in addressing water needs across the U.S.-Mexico border. I support H.R. 1948 as amended to ensure the IBWC has the authorities necessary to carry out its critical work and urge my colleagues to support this bill as well. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may use. The
gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 1948 is a strong bipartisan bill that advances the Trump administration's priorities that helps the IBWC effectively manage critical water infrastructure along the southern border. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1948 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purposes, the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 252 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 117, H.R. 252. A bill to amend Title 46 United States Code to prohibit certain contracts for port operations and management and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezel, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 252 as amended.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 252 takes important steps to strengthen the security of our supply chains by limiting the ability of the Chinese and Russian, North Korea, or Iranian state-owned entities to own, lease, or operate port terminals in this country. This legislation will ensure that our ports remain safe from both cyber and physical threats, which increases our national security posture. I commend my colleague from California, Mr. Calvert, for leading on this issue and working to strengthen our nation's posture against our adversaries. Mr. Speaker, I supported this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. I recognize the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, if the port congestion and vessel backlogs associated with the COVID-19 pandemic taught us anything, it's the importance of a resilient supply chain. H.R. 252, the Secure Our Ports Act, works to minimize interference in U.S. ports from foreign adversaries. In order to ensure the free flow of cargo into and out of our country, we must ensure full control over and investment in our ports. I am proud to have voted in support of the bipartisan infrastructure law, which provided $2.5 billion of investment in port infrastructure. We all now understand the importance of a strong, resilient supply chain, and this bill is a step in the right direction. I look forward to working with my colleagues to ensure robust funding for the maritime industry. For this reason, I will vote yes on H.R. 252. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I now recognize Representative Calvert of California for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to approve my bipartisan legislation, H.R. 252, the Secure Our Ports Act. This bill is designed to strengthen our national security by prohibiting foreign adversaries from owning and operating critical infrastructure in the United States. China influence and access to critical infrastructure around the world continues to grow. Some reports indicate China owns or operates ports and terminals at nearly 100 locations in over 50 countries. Last year, the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party issued a report highlighting its national security concerns over the influence of critical port infrastructure by Chinese-owned enterprises. More recently, the Defense Department included a number of Chinese shipping firms to a list of companies it identifies as military in nature. America's ports are essential gateways for trade and commerce, which provide the foundation of our economy, as well as our national security. Allowing foreign adversaries like China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran to own and operate port infrastructure would threaten the very foundation and creates a serious liability. Congress must take action and protect this vital infrastructure by passing the Secure Our Ports Act. In closing, I want to thank my California colleague, John Garamendi, for co-sponsoring this bill and make the bipartisan effort, as well as Carlos Jimenez of Florida. I also want to thank Chairman of the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, my friend Stan Graves, for steering this bill through the committee. America's ports are vital to our economic and national security, and I urge all my colleagues to approve this bill. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
To close, I support H.R. 252 and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection.
This bill creates a vital safeguard for some of the nation's most critical infrastructure. H.R. 252 prevents certain foreign entities from entering into contracts for the ownership, leasing, or operation of port facilities that are subject to security plans. This in turn reduces vulnerabilities at our ports and bolsters national security. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 252 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30.
Okay. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules with respect to the following measures. House Resolution 2035, House Resolution 488, and House Resolution 481. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2035, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 116, H.R. 2035, a bill to amend Title 46 United States Code to direct the Secretary of Transportation to ensure that all cargoes procured, furnished, or financed by the Department of Transportation are transported on privately owned commercial vessels of the United States and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 373, the nays are 14. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 488, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 488, resolution denouncing anti-Semitic terrorist attack in Boulder, Colorado.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? The members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 280, the nays are 113, and 6 are recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, The unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 481, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 481, resolution condemning the rise in ideologically motivated attacks on Jewish individuals in the United States, including the recent violent assault in Boulder, Colorado, and reaffirming the House of Representatives' commitment to combating anti-Semitism and politically motivated violence.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 400, the nays are 0, with 2 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the
House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of HRES 480 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 480, resolution requiring each member, officer, and employee of the House of Representatives to complete a program of training in workplace rights and responsibilities each session of each Congress and for other purposes.
Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Craig Goldman, be removed as a co-sponsor of House Resolution 456.
We'll now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
And, Mr. Speaker,
without objection.
The House is not in order.
The House will be in order. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the outstanding achievements of the Penn West Clarion Small Business Development Center, which was recently honored at the 2025 Pennsylvania SBDC Growth Conference. Not only was Penn West Clarion's SBDC named the 2025 Outstanding Center of the Year, but 3 members of the exceptional team were recognized for their leadership and their dedication. Cindy Nellis was named the 2025 Director of the Year, honoring her visionary leadership and steadfast commitment to the network's mission. Cindy's guidance has empowered both her team and the entrepreneurs that they serve. Jean Best received the 2025 Administrative Service Award for her excellence behind the scenes, ensuring operations run smoothly. And Alicia Marshall earned the highest honor in the CBDC system, the 2025 State Star Award, recognizing her outstanding performance, deep community engagement, and unwavering support for small businesses across the region. Penn West Clarion SBDC continues to be a significant force for growth, innovation, and local prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the entire team on their well-deserved recognition and continued service to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise today because the President's trash bill is out here cutting funding for a program that supports low-income kids and families, supports our seniors and those without housing. I rise today because those cuts will leave people in my district hungry. I rise today because that's unacceptable. I'm talking about SNAP. SNAP provides children and families in my district and across this country with the help they need to put food on the table. It reduces food insecurity and it boosts our local economies. Our communities can't afford cuts to these benefits.
It's a vital lifeline for my constituents. And over 733,000 Oregonians used SNAP benefits last year, and that's over 1 in 6 residents in the state. It's unconscionable to give $2 trillion in tax breaks to the ultra-wealthy by defunding this food assistance American families depend on. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we can do better. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a standout college senior from my district who just achieved his dream of being signed to play in the NFL. Last week, it was announced that Peshtigo native and St. Norbert College senior Mitch Van Voren signed with the Seattle Seahawks as a tight end. Mitch graduated from Peshtigo High School. After graduation, he attended Marquette University on a Division I track and field scholarship. Despite his success in this field, he never gave up on his goal of playing in the NFL. Last year, he joined the St. Norbert College Green Knights football team, where he had a standout season, scoring 13 touchdowns and gaining over 1,000 receiving yards. His performance earned him first-team all-conference honors. Mitch's journey is a powerful reminder that we should never give up on our dreams. Through dedication, determination, and hard work, he made his vision a reality. Congratulations, Mitch, on being signed to the NFL. I wish you the best of luck and continued success with the Seattle Seahawks. Of course, except when you play the Green Bay Packers. You have made all of us at St. Norbert, all of us alumni, and everyone in Wisconsin's 8th Congressional District incredibly proud. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise because I am deeply concerned about hurricane season and the state of FEMA and our national disaster preparedness. And a little context, one of the reasons I got involved in politics was because as a student at Tulane University in New Orleans, Hurricane Katrina hit the city at the time, and I couldn't believe the waste, fraud, and incompetence that occurred at places like FEMA. And here we are years later with an acting FEMA director who doesn't even know we have a hurricane season. Well, we do have a hurricane season, and it's estimated by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, that it'll be at least 10 hurricanes this year. And after firing hundreds of weather experts and saying they wanted to traumatize the rest, NOAA is now scrambling to refill those empty positions. And they also canceled critical storm damage reports this year. And it just seems like we are not prepared right now for hurricane season and other major natural disasters. So let's be clear, there is no room for error when it comes to this. And this poor leadership will cost us lives. The American people deserve better. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have a choice to make. They thought it was cute to defund the police. That didn't work out for cities like Portland, Seattle, and St. Louis. Then they thought it was cute to ignore our border. They allowed millions to storm America. Many were sex traffickers, drug runners, child predators, murderers, and thugs. Now, thugs are rioting and burning Los Angeles, all because ICE is arresting and deporting killers, rapists, and drug dealers. They're attacking local police, federal agents, and the rule of law. You'd think they would have learned, but they've doubled down. They're supporting mayhem, burning American flags, foreign nationals waving flags from other countries. You can't support the police while supporting those who attack them. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here today in support of Labor leader David Huerta. The head of the SEIU California Union was arrested in Los Angeles while exercising his First Amendment rights to speech and assembly, rights that are guaranteed to all of us in the Constitution. That's what separates us from autocratic regimes around the world. The Trump administration now is going after judges, members of Congress, political opponents, students, law firms, reporters, governors, and now the leader of a powerful labor union. This is about abusing power to silence dissent. This is about generating fear to turn us against each other so we don't pay attention to this law-breaking administration. David Huerta said this after being arrested: "What happened to me is not about me. This is about something much bigger. This is about how we as a community stand together and resist injustice. Hardworking people and members of our family and community are being treated like criminals. We all collectively have to object to this madness because it is not justice." I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Georgia Pharmacy Association and recognize its 150th anniversary this year. Founded in 1875 in Macon by a group of Georgia pharmacists, the Georgia Pharmacy Association has acted as a platform to promote pharmacy both as a profession and a vital component of health care. The organization's reach has expanded into our 4 pharmacy schools in Georgia, fostering involvement from the next generation of healthcare professionals. The Georgia Pharmacy Association has achieved several legislative wins, both at the state and federal levels, including a recent state reimbursement bill supporting independent pharmacies in their battle against PBMs. I want to congratulate the Georgia Pharmacy Association on their achievements for pharmacy throughout the past 150 years, and I wish them all the best at the upcoming state convention in Amelia Island this weekend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I hopped on the Northeast Regional train to D.C. this morning, I joined Westchester County Executive Ken Jenkins to bring attention to the Trump administration's proposed 25% cut to funding the Amtrak Northeast Corridor service. This is a bad business decision that speaks more to politics than any objective analysis of what will grow the economy and jobs. In the congested corridor between Boston and D.C., where major businesses are headquartered and where we generate major revenue for this nation, we don't need more cars on the road and more planes circling our airports. We can attract more Amtrak riders with modernization and upgrades, but this administration shows every day if you don't support them and their policies, you don't count. They'll remove federal services from key cities, take away long-time tax deductions, impose their values and policies, and now curtail transportation options. Those of us who represent Northeast and Mid-Atlantic states get the message loud and clear: we don't count. Amtrak represents growth and expansion for America. When we treat it as such, we'll see more of these benefits in other corridors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we're seeing it again in another large city, this time Los Angeles, where what the media sometimes terms a mostly peaceful protest is burning part of the town down. Indeed, it's lawless chaos. Streets are blocked, law enforcement is under attack, foreign flags are being waved while American flags burn. Businesses and vehicles are going up in flames. Looks less like a demonstration, more like a foreign invasion. California officials, though, have stood by and done virtually nothing. The Los Angeles police chief says that his department actually is overwhelmed.
Decisions and prioritizing health in a way that protects not just individuals, but the whole community. This effort plays a vital role in addressing a stark and troubling reality. Men have higher mortality rates in most of the leading causes of death and have a lifespan of nearly 6 years shorter than women. These numbers should concern all of us because they affect all of us. When men ignore their health or delay getting care, it doesn't happen in isolation. It impacts their children, their spouses, their co-workers, and the broader economy. By highlighting this importance of routine checkups, screenings, early detection, Men's Health Month aims to shift that reality. It's not just about improving men's personal outcomes. It's about strengthening the support systems around them. The women who care for them, the employers who depend on them, and the families who love them. But we have a long way to go. Did you know that only 49% of men in the U.S. aged 21 and older had a routine doctor's appointment or cancer screening in the past year? These are dismal numbers. That's according to the Prevent Cancer's 2025 Early Detection Survey. Less than half. That's not just a missed opportunity. It's a public crisis in the making. We can't normalize avoidance or downplay the importance of checkups. Preventive care isn't optional, it's essential. Preventive care is much cheaper, much more efficient than curative care. Pay me now or pay me later. I'm proud to serve as the co-chair of the Men's Health Caucus, stepping into this role following the passing of my dear friend and colleague, the Honorable Congressman Donald M. Payne, Jr. Donald was a tireless advocate for health equity, and I'm honored to continue his legacy. The Men's Health Caucus is a bipartisan group. We're united by a shared goal, ensuring that men, no matter where they live, what they look like, what their race or religion may be, all have access to health care, to health information, to quality care that they need to live longer, healthier lives. As chair, I'm committed to continuing this important work and encouraging men to take a proactive approach to their health, not just during June, but every month of the year. The caucus focuses on key areas like mental health care, prostate cancer screening, traumatic brain injury, and urological health. These are not fringe issues. They're central to the well-being of men across America, and yet they often go unaddressed until it's too late. We're working hard to change that. We're educating Congress and the public, bringing in medical professionals and public health experts, and pushing for legislative solutions that will have real and lasting impacts. We know that men and boys historically have not been as proactive in seeking medical care. Too often there's a stigma, a belief that asking for help or going to the doctor is a sign of weakness. We've been taught, suck it up. Big boys don't cry. Come on, man, you can do it. Until it's too late. We often only go to a doctor when we are deathly ill or we break a bone. Our counterparts, young ladies and women, unlike boys and men, because of the complexities of their bodies, they're accustomed to having regular checkups. Men, on the other hand, are taught you don't need it until oftentimes it's too late. My friends, this is a wake-up call for America. This is a wake-up call for all of us to do better, take care of ourselves, be a part of the solution and not the problem. This stigma often leaves us in a very bad situation. It's not a weakness. In fact, it couldn't be further from the truth. Real strength is taking control of your health. Real strength is getting checked. Real strength is talking about mental health before it becomes a crisis. When we're sick with diabetes, high blood pressure, or any other ailment, we see a doctor. We modify our diets. We exercise. We take a pill. We talk to someone. But with mental health, we somehow think we'll just stick our head in the sand and it'll go away. But it won't. And you're not alone. Trust me, for those who are listening, for those in the chamber, you're not alone. There's help for you. There are resources available to make things better, but you have to take that step. You have to get past the stigma. Mental imbalance, anxiety, depression is as common as the common cold. But unlike the cold, it won't go away on its own. It requires attention. And you can live a very long, comfortable, healthy, happy life. But it requires action on your part. That's why our caucus is engaging in talent on both sides of the aisle, recognizing that this is not a Republican or a Democratic issue. This is an American issue. This is a human issue. This is an issue that we together can demonstrate to the American people that, yes, Republicans and Democrats alike can work together to address something that's crippling our nation. Our young people, our older people, our people in between are suffering. Social media has made it very difficult for our young people. COVID made it very difficult for our young people. The pressures of life make it very difficult for people. Our poor economy makes it difficult for people. And our lack of effective health care makes it difficult for people. Let's do better. Let's do better together. We're working across the aisle because we realize that together we can do something. The political spectrum and collaborating with health experts to advance smarter policies around education, prevention, and access will make a difference. Healthcare is more than a personal issue. It's a community issue. And I know how deeply it affects the strengths and prosperity of our neighborhoods, especially when it comes to historically underserved populations. It's no secret that systemic racism negatively impacts health outcomes for Black Americans. That's not speculation. It's well documented. Black men face higher risk of chronic conditions, receive fewer preventive services, and experience worse outcomes overall. This must stop. It's simply unacceptable. We cannot build a healthy world if we leave entire communities behind. Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., I hope you're listening. Health care is real. Let's make America healthy again by keeping programs like Medicaid. Let's make America healthy again by making sure that children are eating nutritious meals. Let's make America healthy again by making sure people have access in rural communities to hospitals and health care. Let's make America healthy again by providing the resources that they need to be healthy. It's not just something to say. The data is empirical. When we invest in healthy outcomes, we get healthy outcomes. And the reverse is also true. When we take away resources, we see what happens. People get sick. People die. People show up in emergency rooms because they don't have health care. Pay me now or pay me later. Preventive care versus curative care. Preventive care is a whole lot cheaper, less strain on the system. Healthier people are more productive citizens. When a person doesn't take their medicine because they can't afford it, when a person is denied access to health care, they ultimately show up in an emergency room, and it clogs and strains the system. A heck of a lot to prevent it than it is to cure it. I'm also proud to be the Democratic co-lead on the bipartisan PSA Screening for Him Act. This bill will require private insurance companies to plan to cover preventive prostate cancer screening for men at high risk, including African Americans and those with a family history of the disease. To speak plainly, Black men are twice as likely to die from prostate cancer as white men. This disparity isn't inevitable. It's a direct result of gaps in access, awareness, and preventive care. We have the tools to close that gap. We just need the political will to use them. Men's Health Month gives us the opportunity to spotlight these issues, but more importantly, it's a call to action. Not just a time to talk about it. It's a call to action for everyone to do something. When we drive our cars and that flashing light comes on to suggest you have a problem with your engine, you have to change your oil, your brakes are not working properly, you quickly pull that expensive machine over because you don't want to ruin it. You don't want to blow a gasket. You don't want to damage your precious BMW, Mercedes, or SUV. my brothers and sisters, my family, my friends. Your body often sends a similar signal. It's that headache that won't go away. It's the difficulty in breathing. It's the limp in the leg and the numbness in the hand. That's your engine light telling you, pull over, get it checked. Pull over, get it checked. You're in threat. You're in danger of blowing a gasket. Except this gasket is not a tube in your car. It's not a radiator. It's a vessel in your head that causes a stroke. It's a vessel in your heart that causes a heart attack. Pay attention to that light that goes off. Not just in your car, but in your body. Pay attention to your friends when you see symptoms. When you see something, say something. Friends don't let friends walk around sick. We all have a responsibility. It's a reminder that when we prioritize health, families grow stronger, workforces become more resilient, communities thrive. This month, I encourage every man to schedule that appointment, get that screening, talk to your doctor, talk to your family, talk to your friends. Health is not something to be ashamed of or pushed aside. It's something to be proud of. And I encourage all of us, lawmakers, advocates, healthcare providers, and community leaders, to push for policies that reflect that priority. Because when we invest in men's health, we invest in everyone's future. Let's keep moving forward. Thank you. Let's continue this discussion as we all become healthier, smarter, and more productive citizens, which will ultimately make our nation a stronger place. It is now my privilege to yield to my dear friend and the outstanding co-anchor for this CBC Special Order Hour, the Honorable Congresswoman Jennifer McClendon from the great state of Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Louisiana for his leadership on Men's Health Month. Mr. Speaker, I'm a nerd. I'm a proud nerd. And so whenever there is an awareness month, one of the first things I like to do is figure out, is there a theme? Drives my staff crazy. So there is a theme, as you have heard, for 2025 for Men's Health Month, and it is very enlightening. Closing the empathy gaps in men's health. Now, this theme aims to highlight the importance of addressing the unique challenges that face men for their health and encourage them to seek early detection and treatment. Because the leading causes of death for men in the United States are preventable: heart disease, cancer, and unintentional injuries. And while awareness and funding efforts have successfully addressed numerous health challenges over the years, men's health issues have received significantly less attention and funding, despite statistics that show a clear concern. Men die 6 years earlier than women due to preventable health issues. Prostate cancer and testicular cancer receive far less attention. And even during Breast Cancer Awareness Month, people assume that is only something that women face. And yet men also get and die of breast cancer. Suicide rates among men are significantly higher than women, yet the mental health infrastructure fails to acknowledge the interventions that resonate with men. And as you heard, the culture for many, many years has told men, you don't need mental health attention, suck it up. That's probably true for a lot of health issues. And he would not like to hear me do this, but I'm going to use my husband as an example. My husband needed to have spinal fusion surgery. I sat with him in the emergency room as the doctor started ticking through different issues or different questions, trying to determine what kind of injury or what happened to lead his his spine and the discs in his spine to deteriorate. He said, "Did you ever experience any tingling?" He said, "Yes, I did. I've experienced tingling in my hand and in my fingers." And the doctor asked, "How long has that happened?" And to my shock, my husband said, 3 years. For 3 years, he felt tingling in his fingers and yet didn't think, maybe I should get that checked out. He tried to have a tooth extracted without any local anesthesia or Novocaine until the pain got so much, the doctor said, "We need to knock you out." And once he came out, and you know, when you first come out of anesthesia, you're a little high. And I asked him, "Well, why did you do that?" And he said, "Because I'm a man." Being a man does not mean you don't take care of yourself. Being a man does not mean you don't seek help when you need it. Being a man does not mean you don't get preventative screenings for early detection of cancer or heart disease or risk factors leading to heart disease. Being a man means you love yourself enough to take care of yourself. Now, as policymakers, we have the opportunity to put policies in place that help all people to access health care and stay healthy. One of those policies has been Medicaid, and ensuring that more people have health insurance, not just as a safety net when they get sick, but so that they can get the preventative care, the screenings, the regular checkups that will identify early risk factors or worse. When the Affordable Care Act was passed, we were able to lower the number of insured through both Medicaid expansion and the healthcare exchanges. A majority of the Medicaid expansion population are men, over 50%. They're more likely, incidentally, to be white men, about 59%. That's compared to the 34% of the traditional Medicaid population that are women. And who are the folks in the Medicaid expansion population? Well, our speaker, I've seen in interviews say these are single 29-year-olds sitting at home on their parents' couch playing video games. Actually, most of them are working. But they earn, for an individual, $21,597 a year. Some of them may work for employers who intentionally schedule their hours at 29 hours rather than the 30 needed to trigger employer-covered insurance. Some of them are self-employed. Some of them are in jobs, like one of my constituents who I spoke to during a press conference after we passed the big, ugly bill, who worked as a contractor, got injured, could not work anymore, but also was trying to get workers' comp and was caught in that process. What we saw, and I was a state legislator when we expanded Medicaid in Virginia, and part of why we did it was because we recognized that just because you don't have health insurance doesn't mean you don't get sick. Not having health insurance does mean, though, you're less likely to get your preventative screenings. You're less likely to go to your primary care doctor or even have a primary care doctor. You're less likely to get your annual checkups. But what we have seen since expanding Medicaid, as I talked to healthcare providers in Virginia, is that by connecting the expansion population to a medical home, They are getting those screenings. They are getting preventative care. And as a result, fewer are showing up in the emergency room sick. Unlike the traditional Medicaid population, which has very complex medical conditions, the expansion population, typically, when you connect them to a medical home, are healthier. That's why I'm so concerned that the big ugly bill that we passed 2 weeks ago now, according to the Congressional Budget Office, which will strip 16 million Americans of health insurance, will make the issue worse of the disparities in men's health care or men's health. I'll pick on one piece of that bill that hasn't gotten a lot of attention. The bill now requires states to impose copays for the expansion population only of up to $35. Sitting in the Energy and Commerce Committee, I heard the rationale for this was everybody needs to have skin in the game. And if I pay a copay with my private insurance, then why can't the expansion population pay a copay? Here's the difference. I've done the math, and someone in the expansion population, an individual making $21,597 at most a year, that's about $17.99 a month. In Richmond, the average rent on an apartment is $1,569. The average utility bills are $197. The average grocery bills are $350. And so when you are faced with a $35 copay and you make $17.99 a month, and over 2/3, if not more, are going to rent, utilities, and grocery bills, I haven't even gotten to transportation costs to get to and from work, and that's just if you're an individual. And you're faced with a $35 copay to get your annual checkup or to get these screenings. You're going to think really carefully about, do I have that $35? And what we have seen, and this is why states haven't imposed copays to date, is you're less likely to get those preventative screenings. You're less likely to get the annual checkups. And therefore, these preventable illnesses are caught oftentimes when it's too late. And there are certain illnesses that are deadly but silent killers. And I'll close with this. My brother-in-law is one such example, Greg Beckwith. He was a basketball player. He was particularly healthy, but he came from a family that had a history of heart disease and diabetes. He did everything right. He lost weight, he watched his diet, and yet about a year ago, he woke up one morning feeling nauseous. Nausea is not usually associated with heart disease. He thought he had food poisoning. And so they waited until it got so bad they were like, you know what, something is wrong. Went to the emergency room, and he, in fact, had a heart attack. Part of what we need to do with Men's Health Awareness Month is not just identify what are the unique factors impacting men's health. What are the policies that we can put in place to help people get and stay healthy? But ensure that we are educating people on what are the warning signs of diseases that you might be at risk for. We know the agencies that do a lot of that work in the Health and Human Services Department. The CDC is a big one. And yet, the CDC is one of the agencies that have been gutted through DOGE, the workforce decimated. Health and Human Services has lost over a quarter of its workforce. Many of those cuts and the funding cuts that have already happened through DOGE, not through Congress, through DOGE, are cutting the very workforce that we need to help identify what are the risk factors unique to men and what are the ways to prevent it. And we can't make America healthy again if we're ripping health insurance away from 16 million people, if we are undermining and then gutting our public health workforce. And these are just a couple of the things that have happened. I haven't even touched on the Medicare cuts that are triggered as a result of the pay-as-you-go law. But we also, I said I was closing, but like a good Baptist preacher, I might have one or two more closes in me since we have an hour. We also have to stop legislating and policymaking in silos. This is one of my biggest frustrations as a legislator. I spent 18 years as a state legislator and now here in Congress. And too often we focus on healthcare policy, environmental policy, public safety policy, and we ignore that people don't live in silos and that our environment, clean air and clean water, impact public health. The health of our oceans, as it's also Ocean Month, Ocean Health Month, the health of our oceans impact public health. The stress of crime and gun violence and racism or anti-Semitism or hatred and division impact our mental and physical health. And we need to start thinking holistically about public health. We need to start thinking holistically about healthcare policy, not just being something that the Energy and Commerce Committee Healthcare Subcommittee looks at, but that every policy interconnects, and that we are looking at and studying and funding research on how holistically we improve health in America. Because I've heard time and time again, we don't have a healthcare system. We have a sick care system. And we need to get back to basics of making sure that we are identifying and preventing risk factors that lead to deaths that are preventable for men and for women. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, my dear friend and colleague from the great state of Virginia, for your passionate plea for people to listen, to wake up. Mr. Speaker, can I ask what our remaining time is?
The gentleman has 30 minutes remaining.
Thank you. During this month of Men's Health, and it almost sounds silly to say month of Men's Health, because men's health cannot be confined to 30 days in June. Men's health is every day. Paying attention to the warning signs is every day. Recognizing the importance of taking care of ourselves, having regular checkups, eating right, dieting, exercising, taking care of our mental health, particularly in the stressful jobs that we're fortunate to have in this very body, dealing with the complexities of legislation that often causes us to sometimes raise our voice, sometimes get emotional, sometimes take it home with us in the sense of wanting to do more, but being hamstrung sometimes by the very politics that built this body. It's our mental health, our physical health, all tied together. That's so important. It's so many of these factors that cause cancer, that cause dreaded diseases because we don't care for ourselves. So during the month of June, let us highlight men's health, but let us talk about men's health 365 days a year. and bring resources to bear to make sure that we're preventive, that we're careful, that we're taking care of ourselves, that we're looking out for each other. Our mental, our physical, emotional health is critically important to our success as leaders, and to our teachers, our taxi drivers, our nurses, our men and women in uniform, our police officers, our firefighters, people that are working everyday jobs who keep America moving. What makes America tick? Americans make America tick. Healthy Americans make America tick. People that are working together make America tick. Working together side by side with our Republican counterparts, putting aside the foolishness of ideological divides and advancing causes that make us all stronger as Americans. We know that many of these diseases can be cured if caught in time. According to the American Cancer Society, men have a 1 in 726 average lifetime risk of breast cancer. Yes, breast cancer. We often think about mammograms. We think about breast cancer being just something for women, but guess what? It's not. Men get and die from breast cancer. It's possible. 1 in 726 men on an average lifetime risk getting breast cancer. According to the U.S. Center of Disease Control and Prevention, of the 100,072 men in the United States who were diagnosed with prostate cancer, only 28,343 men died of it in 2014. This supports the thought that screening programs may be detecting what otherwise might be a silent disease. Yes, caught in time, it doesn't have to be a death sentence. Black and African American men are much more likely to develop prostate cancer. 1 of 6 black men will develop prostate cancer in his lifetime compared to 8 overall. In fact, black men are 1.7 times more likely to be diagnosed with and 2.1 times more likely to die from prostate cancer than white men. Black or white, too many are dying when they don't have to. According to the American Lung Association, each year, more men are diagnosed and develop lung cancer than in past years. African American men have a higher risk of dying from the disease compared to other racial or ethnic groups. According to the American Cancer Association, colorectal cancer is the leading cause of cancer death in men younger than 50 years of age. Younger than 50 years of age. Let that sink in. This is a disease that, if caught in time, doesn't have to be a death sentence. According to the American Cancer Society, there are 9,720 new cases of testicular cancer diagnosed as of 2025, and about 600 deaths from testicular cancer. It is important for men to know their family history of cancer. About 1 in 10 cancers are caused by inherited genetic mutations. Said differently, if your grandpa had it, you might too. Check your family tree. Talk to your parents. Talk to your loved ones. Take a moment and ask those questions. How did great-grandpa die? What was his ailment? What was the history in our family? It may very well save your life. According to the National Cancer Institute, but many men don't know that they have this inherited risk. Why? Because big boys don't cry. Because we suck it up. That little pain will go away. It's nothing. I'll shake it off. I'll feel better tomorrow. It's that check engine light that you ignore. Except it won't get better. In most cases, it gets worse. That tingling in your hand may every now and then go away. But it comes back. It's that light trying to tell you, hey, something's wrong. Remember, you pull over that BMW. You pull over your fancy Yukon. You pull over your prized 1971 Corvette because, man, you don't want to damage that classic. What about the classic you are for your children? What about the classic you are for your grandchildren? What about the classic you are for your family? What about the classic you are for your community, for your church members, for your fraternity brothers, for the people that you have been a tutor, a mentor to? What about just for you? Strokes. According to the CDC, stroke is a leading cause of death among men, and about 4 of 5 strokes are preventable. 4 out of 5 are preventable. According to the CDC, men under the age of 44 are hospitalized for certain types of strokes at a higher rate than women in the same age group, because women pay attention to their bodies, because women go to the doctor for regular checkups, because women, by and large, see physicians regularly, and we simply don't. According to the National Kidney Foundation, studies show that although men and women may have chronic kidney disease, men are more likely to reach kidney failure sooner than women. Again, because they tend to find out sooner. You see the trend? You see where we're going? The earlier you find out, the greater the prevention, the greater the cure. You don't have to die. You don't have to stand over the coffin of young people wondering, how did this happen? You don't have to go through communities and watch young men drag half of their bodies because they have had prolonged high blood pressure, which has led to diabetes and strokes and heart failure. And then at 25, you have a stroke and half of your body is paralyzed because of your salt intake, your poor diet, your lack of exercise. And yes, you're ignoring that light, that signal that says, go to the doctor. Something's out of balance. Mental health is the very same way. According to the Anxiety and Depression Association of America, nearly 1 in 10 men experience depression or anxiety, but less than half will receive treatment, and more than 4 times as many men than women will die by suicide every year. According to the Anxiety and Depression Association of America, men show fewer signs, fewer warnings, such as talking about suicide, making them more likely to complete the task of suicide. According to Anxiety and Depression Association of America, men suffering from mental health illnesses are less likely to receive mental health treatment or diagnoses because we stick our heads in the sand. We stay in bed all day. We have an extra drink. We don't go to work. We don't play golf like we used to. We get away from our friends like we used to. Those are the trends. Staying on the sofa all day is not the answer, although you may think for the moment it makes you feel better. Got to get up, got to get out, got to talk to somebody. Got to exercise, got to seek help, got to dial 988, a federally funded program that's manned 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, that you can pick up the phone and talk to someone anonymously. You don't have to give your name, where you live, who you are. No one will trace your number and show up at your door unless you want them to. They will provide base level communications and talk to you about how you can get further help. They will talk you off the cliff at 3 a.m. when you think you're all alone and you're so sad that you're contemplating hurting yourself or someone else. There are resources here for you, and you don't have to suffer it alone. Mental health is real. Depression is real. We know that according to the Anxiety and Depression Association of America, one of the leading causes of disability in Americans is schizophrenia. Approximately 3.5 million people in Louisiana, in America, have diagnosed, and 90% of those are diagnosed by the age of 30. Many are missed. Many are the young people that you see standing on the street corner talking to themselves, shadow boxing in the dark, appearing to have a conversation with someone, appearing angry at one moment, jovial at the next, sleeping under the overpasses with everything they own in a grocery cart. It's not enough to say, get a job, you bum. We don't know what they're going through. These are someone's children, many of which have suffered some catastrophic breakdown that causes them to hear voices, to do things that they wouldn't ordinarily do. And who are we to say, get a job, you bum? Many of them are people who've served our armed services, who have served honorably, protecting our flanks in foreign lands. Who are we to say, get a job, you bum? Who are we to judge them? To roll your window up quickly and speed off as if you didn't see them. Listen, I understand there's scammers out there. I understand there may be people beating the system. That's true. But next time you see that kid or old man standing out there talking to himself, shadow boxing with no shirt on, clearly they've been sleeping on the street, consider calling 911. Consider calling the mental health hotline. Consider calling not the police because you think it's unsavory to see this, but consider calling a mental health line to get them help. Because most of these cases can be cured and made better if only there was someone in their lives who A, knew where they were, because sometimes they just don't, and B, had the resources. Secretary Kennedy had the resources to help them get better. The resources to get them the level of mental health that they need to be better, to be productive, to silence those voices in their head. And for those of you who think that they're just bums and they're just going to take that money and go buy some crack or a bottle of wine, perhaps. But let me tell you why. Consider this for a moment. Just maybe, the only way they have to feel normal, to silence those voices, is to take a hit on that crack pipe and have 30 seconds of calm, not justifying it, not suggesting it. It's the horrible way to do it. But if you have nothing else, you have no resources, no doctor, no family, no one to care for you, but you have discovered that, oh man, when I get that quick hit on the pipe, I feel like everyone else. Then you kind of understand what they're going through. Not to justify it, but it makes a little more sense. Why that swig of vodka, that guzzle of wine? Not because you're some hopeless alcoholic, but because you're seeking sobriety of a different sort. Sobriety through getting high. Let me say that again. Sobriety through getting high. An opportunity to calm those voices in your head. An opportunity to silence those demons. An opportunity to just for once feel normal. And to feel like that grocery cart that you're sitting in is the lazy boy that many of us enjoy in our homes. Mental health is real. The pain of Americans is real. Mental health needs resources. Cardiovascular health, according to the CDC, 50.8% of men age 18 and older have high blood pressure and are taking high blood pressure medication. Men develop heart disease 10 times earlier on average than women, according to Johns Hopkins Medicine. According to the American Health Association, more than 1 in 3 adult men have some form of undiagnosed, undiagnosed cardiovascular disease. Obesity. According to the CDC, about 3 in 4 men in the United States have overweight or obesity tendencies. According to the CDC, 41.6% of men aged 20 and older suffer with obesity in the U.S. Fast food, saturated fats, high sugar content, sedentary lifestyles. Diabetes. According to the CDC, men are more likely to develop type 2 diabetes at a lower weight than women. Managing your weight, managing your diet makes a difference. According to CDC, about 1 in 9 African American men and 1 in 7 Hispanic men have been diagnosed with diabetes. Many more have disease, but simply don't know it. Fertility. According to studies, male obesity has been shown to impact fertility. According to studies, more than 1 in 10 men looking for fertility evaluations have been diagnosed with high blood pressure. What we've talked about today are things that we can control. There are many things in life we cannot. There are many problems that we contemplate, that we debate, that we search for answers. We have different approaches, and we all believe that we have the right answer. None of us may be right, but we have the opportunity to debate it, and hopefully through debate and exchange, we come up with a better plan. That's the importance of bipartisanship. That's the importance of this Men's Health Caucus, a bipartisan effort to exchange ideas, to talk about norms, to talk about nuances, to talk about how we can get better. It is through these discussions that we get better. It is through checking the engine light. And yes, it's through making sure that Congress, in one of our most important constitutional given tools, the power of the purse, as found in Article 1 of the United States Constitution. Provide resources to states, to local communities, to the National Institute of Health to study dreaded diseases, to have preventive care, to have mental health people, professionals in our schools dealing with our young people, to have senior living facilities funded with professionals that are there, making sure that 988 stays completely funded so people at 3 a.m., 2 a.m., or at any time of the day can pick up the phone and save their life or that of someone else's. Yes, Men's Health Month is American Health Month. Yes, Men's Health Month is real. And while we talk about it in June, I encourage you to talk about it, and more importantly, do something about it every day of the year. Once you've gotten yourself healthy, turn to your friend, turn to your brother, turn to your dad, and teach your young sons it's okay to not be okay sometimes. It's okay to feel sad, but not sustain sad. It's okay to be sick and to say, I need to see a doctor. Because little boys that grow up understand that grow up to be healthier men, to be more productive citizens, that are able to care for their families, care for our communities, and be the leaders that they're destined to be. But if you are ill, if you are sick, you won't be able to fulfill your full potential. Preventive care is much more efficient, much cheaper than curative care. Pay me now or pay me later. Medicaid is a tool that allows us to pay me now and pay me far less. Make sure people are healthy. Make sure communities have what they need. Make sure we're fully funding the National Institute of Health so we can identify these dreaded diseases and save lives. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this time, and to my co-anchor, the Honorable Congresswoman from Virginia, Jennifer McClellan, and the Congressional Black Caucus Special Hour. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time. And I hope someone out there, I hope my friends, I hope we've touched something. I hope we walk away from this realizing we collectively, we have the power to do this. Put down our arms on some of this trash. We've got plenty of stuff we can be mad about. Plenty of stuff we can fight about. Men's health, health care for people should not be one. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The question is on the motion. Oh, I beg your pardon. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Yes, I have a motion to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. for a morning hour debate.